Two groups of youngsters have been filmed trading blows in broad daylight in a new orgy of violence on the streets of Magaluf. Shirtless youths believed to be British got into a punch-up with another group described locally as Spaniards, and one of the tourists ended up unconscious on the pavement before shocked onlookers stepped in to help. The fight erupted outside McDonald's in the Brash Party Resort. Footage of the incident, said to have occurred on Saturday evening, showed the youngsters starting their scrap on the pavement before it spilled onto the street. The Spaniard recording the scene could be heard saying "This happens every day," before exclaiming, knocked out," as one of the bare-chested lads was dumped on the ground. Several girls could be heard screaming as the men traded punches and kicked each other. Police were called and the injured man, whose nationality could not be confirmed today, was rushed to a local health center. No arrests are thought to have been made. At the end of May, a British woman holidaymaker was rushed to hospital after being knocked out during a street fight in Magaluf. A local paper reported several tourists had been hurt in the early hours punch-up outside a tattoo parlor between British and French tourists in the party resort's raucous strip of bars and nightclubs. Last month, Newcastle United defender Ciaran Clark was injured after stepping in to help a friend who had allegedly been hit over the head with a bottle during an altercation involving their girlfriends at a bar in the resort. Details of the nasty Magaluf bar fight he got caught up in came out as the pair recovered after being treated in hospital, and the man arrested for the double assault was freed on bail after appearing in court. We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News team? Email us at tips@sun.co.uk or call 020778. Cambodia's ruling party has claimed to have won all 125 parliamentary seats in what opponents are calling a sham election and the death of democracy in the country. The People's Party (CPP) of strongman Prime Minister Hun Sen today hailed a brilliant victory despite facing no significant challenger. Its main opposition, the Cambodian National Rescue Party, said it was unable to contest the polls and that the election meant the government and any dealings with it are illegitimate. Having apparently won all 125 seats available, the Southeast Asian nation will become a one-party state. The White House said it would consider steps, including an expansion of visa curbs on some Cambodian government members in response to flawed elections. Sunday's ballot has prolonged Hun Sen's 33-year rule, but observers say that questions of legitimacy may haunt the wily political survivor as frustration sets in over lack of change. The ruling Cambodian People's Party (CPP) will take all seats across the country. Spokesman Sok Asen told FBAT party headquarters, hailing a landslide victory. In response, the Cambodia National Rescue Party (CNRP), the country's only real opposition who were disbanded before the poll, issued a statement lamenting the death of democracy and a new, dark day in Cambodian history. Some 8.3 million people registered to cast their ballots in the vote, Cambodia's sixth general election since United Nations-sponsored polls were held in 1993 after decades of conflict. Sok Asen said the predicted clean sweep was based on initial results. Final figures are due August 15. Asked about the country turning into a one-party state, the CPP spokesman said it was the decision of the people, adding that Cambodia's constitution allows for a multi-party system. But the ballot lacked any serious challengers after Hun Sen cracked down on the opposition last year, leading to the arrest of one of its leaders and then the dissolution of the party by the Supreme Court. Opposition figures had urged a boycott of the poll. But election authorities warned they would take action against those pressing for a clean finger campaign and pointed to an 82% turnout as evidence that the boycott call had failed. Experts say high turnouts are common in authoritarian states where voter intimidation is more widespread. Yet in a sign of a kickback from unhappy voters, around 600,000 ballots, around 10% of the total, were spoiled, according to a preliminary count by the National Election Commission. Hun Sen came to power in 1985 in a country still plagued by civil war, and his CPP has won every election since 1998. But wearied by a culture of impunity and corruption, more than 44% of voters backed the opposition's CNRP in 2013 polls, creating the most serious challenge to Hun Sen in years. This time the Cambodian leader ruthlessly moved against his critics in the election run-up, corralling civil society, independent media and political opponents. That led many Western governments to pull their support from the vote. It was neither free nor fair and failed to represent the will of the Cambodian people, the White House said in a statement. The U.S. would consider a significant expansion of visa restrictions introduced last year against some senior Cambodian officials, it warned. In contrast, China, a key Cambodia ally which has provided cash and soft loans to Hun Sen's government without raising questions over human rights and democracy, offered its sincere congratulations on the poll, according to Foreign Ministry spokesman Zheng Shang. The 65-year-old Hun Sen is also seen as a stabilizing force in the eyes of many in a kingdom with a bloody and bitter recent history that spans civil war, the horrors of the Khmer Rouge and occupation by Vietnam. Hun Sen has cultivated his support base through rural and urban infrastructure and investment schemes that have added malls and condos to the skyline of the once sleepy capital Phnom Penh. The premier also adroitly turned to Cambodia's garment sector, which employs about 750,000 people, showering cash gifts on workers in the months ahead of polls. I am happy that the Cambodian People's Party won overwhelmingly, more than previous mandates, said supporter Sang Kim Son, 38, the morning after the election. But many other Cambodians are despondent at the idea of yet another term for Hun Sen, who was among the world's longest-serving leaders. "It is him again," shrugged one man sitting outside a coffee shop who asked not to be named and who said he felt hopeless watching the results come in. Phil Robertson, deputy director of the Asia Division of Human Rights Watch, predicted simmering discontent. "I think what we will see here in Cambodia is continued passive resistance and anger by the Cambodian people. They weren't given the opportunity to vote for the people they wanted," he said. Hun Sen has held on to power through political. French and Spanish volunteer archaeologists have discovered a exceptional child's milk tooth dating back 560,000 years in the mountains of southern France. The fossil was discovered in the Arago cave, a vast prehistoric grotto at Tautavel on the French side of the Pyrenees Mountains bordering Spain. Experts say the tooth belonged to a child of around 5, and the site's laboratory confirmed the tooth belonged to a human subspecies, likely Homo heidelbergensis, which shares features with both modern humans and our Homo erectus ancestors. Scroll down for video. The Arago cave is thought to have been occupied sometime between 600,000 and 400,000 years ago and is the earliest known human site in the Pyrenees. Tools including scrapers and choppers have been found in the cave, but perhaps most significantly were the fossilized remains of two Homo erectus adults. The male, believed to be around 20, and female, aged between 40 and 55, are thought to have lived in the cave around 450,000 years ago. They are thought to have eaten elk, fallow deer, reindeer, musk ox and bison. Analysis of the animal bones have allowed anthropologists to estimate the inhabitants hunted up to 21 miles away and collected stone for tools from 3.1 miles away. The tooth likely belonged to a child aged 5 or 6, who still had their milk teeth but had used them a fair amount, said Tony Chevalier, a paleoanthropologist at the University of Perpignan and the Research Center in Totteval. Researchers have so far only dated the soil around the tooth, rather than the tooth itself. The tooth is estimated to date back 560,000 years, give or take 5,000 years, which would make it 100,000 years older than the famous Totteval man whose skull was found at the same site in 1971. Researchers said the find was exceptional as human remains dating back to this period are extremely rare, although a few teeth from the era have been found previously at the Arago cave. Chevalier said the milk tooth, the first found at the site, would teach us lots of things about man's behavior at the time. The tooth was found last July, and is a record-breaking find. It's one of the oldest human remains discovered in France, and the oldest child. Gale became a research professor at the European Centre for Prehistoric Research of Totteval told Le Figaro. He said the fact the tooth had a root meant the child died prematurely, as it has not got old enough for the tooth to break off. None of the individuals found in Totteval would be our direct ancestors, he said. All of the human remains of Totteval are from Homo heidelbergensis. Homo heidelbergensis lived in Europe between 650,000 and 300,000 years ago, just before Neanderthal man. Analysis of the tooth could reveal the secrets of Homo heidelbergensis. This is quite a rare discovery, said Became. Analyzing the marks from use on the tooth, we can learn more about their eating habits. For example, the tooth was found in the middle of many animal remains, which indicates this child and its family ate a lot of meat. Homo heidelbergensis lived in Europe between 650,000 and 300,000 years ago, just before Neanderthal man. Homo heidelbergensis shares features with both modern humans and our Homo erectus ancestors. The early human species had a very large brow ridge, and a larger brain case and flatter face than older early human species. It was the first early human species to live in colder climates, and had a short, wide body adapted to conserve heat. It lived at the time of the oldest definite control of fire and use of wooden spears, and it was the first early human species to routinely hunt large animals. This early human also broke new ground. It was the first species to build shelters, creating simple dwellings out of wood and rock. Males were on average 5 feet 9 and 175 centimeters and weighed 136 pounds 62 kilograms, while females averaged 5 feet 2 and 157 centimeters and weighed in at 112 pounds 51 kilograms. Source: Smithsonian Museum spokesman said, "This tooth will be scanned, studied under a microscope, which will help understand more about its development, its food." Archaeologists hope to find bones from the owner of the tooth by the end of August. The tooth will be exhibited at the museum in future. Researchers have long grappled with the question of how people lived in the cave at Tatavel, where some 150 ancient human fossils have been found. They have yet to determine whether it was a temporary shelter where our ancestors stopped off for a hunting break, or whether families made it a more permanent home, a mystery the milk tooth could help solve. They previously found a tooth belonging to one of the earliest human species to live in Europe in the French cave. Anthropologists describe the adult tooth, which is thought to be between 550,000 and 580,000 years old, as a major discovery. It was found embedded in the rocky soil on the floor of the Arago cave in Tatavel in the Pyrenees-Orientals area of southern France, by a 16-year-old volunteer archaeologist. Camille Jacques discovered the tooth while brushing away the sandy soil that has filled the floor of the cave. The cave is the same site where the remains of two 450,000-year-old early humans, a male and a female, from a species called Homo erectus were found around 46 years ago. Dr. Amélie Vialet, a paleoanthropologist with the Institut de Paléontologie Humaine in Paris, who has been leading the excavation, said the new find predated that by more than 100,000 years. It suggests the cave had been inhabited by early humans for far longer than had originally been thought. Dr. Vialet said, "A large adult tooth, we can't say if it was from a male or female, was found during excavations of soil we know to be between 550,000 and 580,000 years old, because we used different dating methods. This is a major discovery, because we have very few human fossils from this period in Europe." The cave in Tatavel has been excavated for around 50 years after flintstone tools were discovered in the cave. The remains of a female Homo erectus, believed to have been in her 40s, were found in 1969, and the remains of a man aged around 20 were later uncovered in 1971. Stone tools and animal bones also found at the cave have suggested the people who lived there, nicknamed Tatavel Man, ranged for up to 30 miles in search of food and resources. The discovery of the new tooth, which was badly worn indicating it belonged to a relatively old adult, now shows these early humans were using the cave far earlier than had been imagined. The remains, however, are not the oldest human fossils to be discovered in Western Europe, as a jawbone found in Spain has been dated to 1.2 million years old. There is also indirect evidence for hominids in Europe date to between 1 and 2 million years ago. However, the remains show just how far Homo erectus had spread from its ancestral home in Africa. It is likely the tooth, an adult incisor, belongs to Homo erectus, as it is thought to be the only species of early human to have extended into Europe at the time. However, tests are still to be carried out on the tooth, which has been given the designation Arago 149, to determine more about it. It was found by a Miss Jack Wee while she was taking part in summer excavation work in the cave. She had been working with another young archaeologist, Valentine Loescher, when they uncovered the tooth. The Neanderthals were a close human ancestor that mysteriously died out around 50,000 years ago. The species lived in Africa with early humans for hundreds of millennia before moving across to Europe around 500,000 years ago. They were later joined by humans taking the same journey sometime in the past 100,000 years. These were the original cavemen, historically thought to be dim-witted and brutish compared to modern humans. In recent years though, and especially over the last decade, it has become increasingly apparent we've been selling Neanderthals short. A growing body of evidence points to a more sophisticated and multi-talented kind of caveman than anyone thought. He gave up drugs and alcohol at the age of 22 following a lengthy mental health battle and has maintained a life of sobriety ever since. And so it's no surprise David Hughes, 47, felt compelled to document his first taste of beer in 25 years this Sunday. Taking to Instagram with a photo of himself holding a can of Asahi beer at Tokyo Disney Sea, the comedian wrote, "First beer in 25 years, and I like it." He made sure to clarify that the beverage was in fact non-alcoholic, however, adding the hashtags #Japanese, #0 alcohol and #Brian Childriot. His dedicated fans were quick to shower him with praise, with one commenting, "Much respect to you at Hughes for staying off the alcohol for so long." The Australian icon has never shied away from speaking about his past battle with drugs and alcohol. In 2016, Hughes told the Herald Sun, "I just drank too much, I always got too drunk. And I was a messy drunk, not violent, just hopeless." We all know guys that get too drunk, and whose lives would be better if they didn't drink. Sadly, I was one of those guys. I used to just keep drinking until something bad happened. I'd failed university by this point. And whenever I drank, I would be such a **king idiot, I just had to stop. I got locked up a few times." Dave also battled depression around that time. "What I do know is that when I felt depressed, alcohol and marijuana didn't help me in any way, shape or form," he said. It has been a tumultuous year for Australian cricketer David Warner and his wife Candice. David's involvement in the ball tampering scandal in March, and Candice's subsequent miscarriage have marked this year as one of their most difficult. But it appears the embattled duo have found the perfect healing balm during one of Australia's most bitter winters, time out in the sun. Scroll down for video on Tuesday. Candice posted a picture of her and David to Instagram, with the pair looking fit and fabulous on a sandy and apparently deserted beach. In the picture, Candice, 33, is smiling broadly while wearing a wide-brimmed hat, sunglasses and a skimpy black two-piece bikini. David, 31, is similarly grinning in reflective sunglasses and a pair of matching swimming trunks. Candice, whose washboard abs rivaled those of her husband in the photo, simply captioned the snap, "Heaven." The former Iron Woman's followers fawned over the shot, writing, hotness at some other level, cut couple, and Warner's Day." Another fan queried, "One you two and cameraman on the beach. Where is their children, Ivy and Indy?" The couple's beach escape is one of several holidays this year. In May, Candace, David and their 2 daughters jetted off to an unknown location where they frolicked in a pool. In early July, Candace flew to Noosa with daughters, Ivy May, 3, and Indy Ray, 2, while former Australian cricket vice-captain David returned to the game in Canada. "Hanging out in Noosa with my 2 besties. We miss you, Daddy," Candace wrote in an Instagram caption at the time. David, who was appointed as the captain of the Winnipeg Hawks T20 Canada team, also took to Instagram to pay tribute to his family back home. David praised his beautiful girls and thanked them for giving him strength following a difficult A woman who spent $16,500, £10, on transforming herself into a human dragon left this morning viewers baffled when she appeared on the show on Thursday. Amber Luke, 23, from the Central Coast in NSW, appeared via live video link on the ITV daytime show where she spoke to Ruth Langsford and Eamon Holmes about her transformation. She revealed that of her many procedures, including having her tongue split in 2, having her eyeballs tattooed was the most dangerous as she could have lost her sight. Speaking on the show, Amber said of the procedure, "You run the risk of going blind." During the interview, Amber revealed that she believes it was her willpower that saved her sight while having the procedure. She continued, "I thought to myself, if I was to go blind I would run the risk of my mum losing her career as she would have to take care of me, and that's the main motivation as to why I didn't go blind. When I was getting it done and when that syringe was hitting my eyeball, I kept thinking to myself, if I do this I'm going to ruin someone's life, not only mine but my mother's as well. So I quite selflessly moved past it in a way it was a mind over matter." She added, "If I moved, blinked or flinched while the syringe was in my eye I would have instantly have gone blind. It was a pretty high-risk procedure, but I had the motivation behind me to not go blind. I was just thinking the whole time about my mother." Viewers were left baffled by Amber's claims that her motivation was to thank for the procedure being a success, dubbing the show irresponsible. Taking to Twitter, one said, "It is totally unethical to tattoo someone's eyeballs, and she is very much mistaken if she thinks willpower prevented her from going blind. She was lucky." Another agreed, adding, "Girl on This Morning who got her eyeballs tattooed. Good on you, you do you boo, but do not claim that you didn't go blind from the procedure, because I kept thinking about how my mom would have to look after me, so I had the motivation to not go blind, so I didn't. F*********. A third tweeted, "Motivated to not go blind? I'm confused. Also, surely just do one eye at a time." As well as her eyeball tattoos, Amber, who works as a body piercer, has had her tongue split twice, her ears stretched and pointed twice, and has over 50 tattoos. Describing why she had the procedures done, she said, "There was nothing wrong with the way I was. I just had an ideal image of what I wanted." A former police officer who was acquitted of murder after he fatally shot a man during a routine traffic stop said he feared for his life. Former leading senior constable Timothy Baker was on highway patrol in Melbourne's inner south in 2013 when he pulled over 44-year-old Vladimir Chetik. The pair got into a verbal and physical altercation, during which Baker said Chetik pulled out a knife, prompting the officer to draw his gun. Baker, who claimed he had shot Chetik in self-defense, was acquitted of murder in 2017 at the Victorian Supreme Court. In an interview with 3AW on Thursday, Baker opened up about the moment his 24-year career came to an end. Scrolled down for video. We ended up in front of his car, and that's when I saw the knife, and I thought it was my day. I thought I was done, Baker said. Baker said he was working alone on August 25 when he stopped Michetic and his female passenger for having stolen license plates on their car. The former officer said Michetic became argumentative after he asked him to get out of car and empty his pockets. Audio captured the moment the pair got into an argument. Baker said that it all went pear-shaped when he yelled at the female passenger after she got out of the car. That's when the deceased started to wrestle with me, Baker said. It was a bit of a dance back and forward. We were pulling and pushing each other. During the tussle, Michetic can be heard telling Baker, "You're gonna get in big trouble, you're gonna lose your job." Baker responds, "I don't think so," before firing 3 fatal shots at Michetic. Prosecutors had argued in court that Baker had lost his cool and planted the flick knife on Michetic to prove that he was forced to act in self-defense, The Age reported. He murdered a man for no other reason than impatience, anger, and then he sought to cover up his crime by use of it. Australia's newly appointed most senior Islamic cleric has said he is not a dictator and only reluctantly agreed to take on the role following the death of Sheikh Abdulazim Al-Afifi. Ibrahim Abu Muhammad, the interim acting Grand Mufti of Australia, a leadership role for the Sunni arm of the community, was chosen after an emergency meeting by the Australian National Imams Council on Thursday. Dr. Muhammad is returning to the role which he relinquished in March after serving the maximum 2 3-year terms. He will serve as acting Mufti until a new election is held in March, but said he would be taking the role on a permanent basis. "I am not a dictator," he told the Weekend Australian. "I am not Robert Mugabe or Ceausescu. People put me in this position, I did not choose it myself. I respect democracy." The leadership change has reportedly fueled tensions within the Muslim community and aided suspicions that the recently deceased Al-Afifi was only appointed in March because he would block the publicly nominated candidate Sheikh Yahya Safi. Some within the community have alleged that by ensuring the terminally ill Al-Afifi took the position in March, power would be kept in the hands of Dr. Muhammad and the council president, Sheikh Shadi al-Sulaiman. They knew before they appointed Al-Afifi that he was dying, that he had cancer, Ibrahim Zobi of the Voice of Islam radio network said. Mr. Zobi said he anticipated Dr. Muhammad would be appointed and that he would be in the position for many years to come. However, Dr. Muhammad denied the accusations, saying he believed Al-Afifi was competent for the role and had no knowledge he was going to die. Dr. Muhammad's previous reign had been controversial, with commentators taking aim at him for declining to speak English in public. A spokeswoman said Dr. Muhammad preferred Arabic, a language he was more comfortable with. The Islamic Council of Victoria confirmed on the 3rd series of the Sky One drama sees James Nesbitt's die Harry Clayton, who still has his mystical bracelet that allows him to control luck, and who wouldn't want to own that? Rupert plays Samuel Blake, Clayton's new nemesis, who very much wants Harry's ancient bracelet for his own collection. In the first episode, the two met in Hong Kong, where Harry's gone to try to find out the origin of the talisman's mystical powers. With typical evil, Samuel tried to shoot Harry in order to get what he wants. Blake is not a nice man. A drug dealer with connections with the Chinese triad crime gangs as well as the authorities, which makes him doubly dangerous. He's also immune to pain. Who needs a nemesis like that? In this week's third episode, the action is back in London and Rupert has loved making the show. Filming in Hong Kong was fantastic, as it was somewhere I've always wanted to go, he says. Plus I really enjoyed working with James Nesbitt, we have the same agent. He creates such a great atmosphere on set for the cast and crew that it's always a pleasure to go into work every day. And the stunts were fantastic. In Hong Kong, there was a scene where I was on a speedboat ring a machine gun at people. Blake is constantly blowing people up, beating them up or shooting people. It's perfect. Apart from getting to play an action hero, one of the reasons Rupert enjoyed playing the villainous Blake was that it took him out of his comfort zone of largely playing very decent coves. He's been previously cast as upstanding professionals, a police officer in Whitechapel, a barrister in both Silk and North Square, a spy in Spooks. He's also played his fair share of incredibly posh people such as Louis XIV at the National Theatre, a courtier at the same King's Court in A Little Chaos, and dashing adventurer Major General Sir Richard Hannay in the 2008 adaptation of The 39 Steps. Actors can get pigeonholed, but playing professionals like policemen, doctors or lawyers is the bread and butter of most actors' careers as it's the world where most dramas seem to happen, he says. However, the role he's been playing for the past 4 years is worlds apart from a policeman or a spy. I've been working abroad and wearing a rubber mask for years. He laughs as he talks about his role as Mr. Quinlan in American vampire horror TV series A Strain, in which he is almost completely unrecognizable. Looking back at your face in the mirror and having one looking back at you that you don't recognize at all is liberating, and has made me a better actor, Rupert explains. I'd never had to wear prosthetics before and, initially, working with a new face worried me. But it ended up being my favorite thing. I'd go to the monitor and check how I looked with certain expressions. I love the way he looks. And you don't get more of a change in roles than a half-breed vampire who is 1,000 years old. Even as a creature with a millennium on the clock, Rupert had to stay fit. Already in good shape, he had a trainer for his role in The Strain, and I got into the swing of it and kind of kept it going. I used to go wild swimming and loved being in the water. When I lived in London, I used to go to Tooting Beckleydo. Now I live in the countryside with actress wife Dervla Kirwan and children Florence and Peter. I bomb around the lanes on a bike instead after knackering my knee when I was training for a charity football match. Rupert recently finished filming the movie Vida and Virginia, starring Gemma Arterton and Elizabeth Debicki as lovers Vida Sackville-West and Virginia Woolf. Rupert plays Vida's husband Sir Nigel Nicholson. It's a return to the Bloomsbury set for the actor who played Duncan Grant, the painter who had a relationship with Virginia's sister Vanessa, in the BBC Two drama Life in Squares. That was such an underrated series, which was a shame. It needed more episodes to let the characters breathe a bit more, Rupert reflects. The 47-year-old was associated with a Second World War project about the Pegasus Bridge mission, but the money couldn't be raised. Would he fancy playing another war hero? Well, I've dabbled in war films. I was an Air Force pilot in Charlotte Gray years ago. I fancy a First World War LM, but I'm getting a bit old for those types of parts. Those boys were so young. He's also got a bit of a yearning to do lighter roles. I've just been in Canada making a sweet rom-com about a couple who fall in love in a hotel in the middle of nowhere, and I've got a taste for doing comedy now. It's not surprising, though, as he made some of his first TV appearances in great comedy programs. I was in an episode of Absolutely Fabulous as a student taught to roll a joint by Safi, and that led on to an appearance in French and Saunders. It was one of the risque smash hit song, I Kissed a Girl, introduced the world to pop sensation Katy Perry back in 2008. It also mortified Katy's strict Christian parents, who worried they had lost their daughter to the devil's playground of rock music. But on Tuesday, Katy told Vogue Australia, "Know that I'm in my 30s, it's more about spirituality and heart goodness for me." Scroll down for video. The about turn appears to have been prompted by Katy's meeting with 81-year-old Pope Francis in April. Katy, 33, her boyfriend Orlando Bloom, 41, and Katy's mother, Mary, met the Pope after attending a Vatican Health Conference in Rome. As reported in the Daily Telegraph on Tuesday, Katy told the August issue of Vogue, "My mom has prayed for me my entire life, hoping I'd come back to God." She added, "I'm such a big fan of Pope Francis. It's a combination of compassion, humility, sternness and refusal. He is a rebel for Jesus." Perhaps in another sign she has turned her back on earthly delights, Katy recently slashed $335,000 from the price of her huge Los Angeles compound. The Roar singer originally put the sprawling mansion on the market in September. Katy will now accept $8.95 million for the Mediterranean-style property, which includes a 4-bedroom house, fitness studio and an outdoor pool. She listed the home 10 months ago, but a lack of offers, and perhaps Katy's rekindled spirituality, has resulted in a reduction on its original $9.285 million asking price. Despite the marginally lower price, the pop star's a heartbroken family is still searching for answers 2 decades after a 26-year-old electrician left a backyard barbecue to walk to the shops and never returned. Andrew Dimott was at his sister, Rachel Grace's, house in the South Melbourne suburbs in 1999 when she remembers him walking to the shops and leaving his car behind. He was not heard from again. "We have gone through that day over and over in our minds, looking for clues we might have missed," Mrs. Grace told news.com.au. "We weren't one of those families. We'd have picnics and play in the sprinklers and have great days out at the botanical gardens. It would be so wonderful to have some of those moments back, to do it all again." She said there had been no conflict or incident and no indication that he wasn't going to come back. "Mum and Dad still live in the same house. They didn't want to move in case he wouldn't be able to find them when he came home," Mrs. Grace said. Mrs. Grace said there have been reported sightings of him during the years but none have been confirmed. Many of those who knew Andy knew of his mental health problems, and there was a time it was thought he may be living in the homeless community. Andy's father even considered integrating himself into the homeless community in an effort to locate him. Andrew Dimott was last seen January 10, 1999 at Mount Eliza in Victoria and is described as 180 cm. This is the moment a possessed clown doll appears to move on its own, as it is allegedly haunted by an infant spirit who doesn't like the toy to be moved. A medium claims there is a little boy attached to the clown who doesn't like his toy being moved, so will often move it back himself. Eerie CCTV footage shows the doll visibly lurching forwards during a paranormal investigation last month, which the team believe could have been the child moving the doll back into place. The musical clown, known as Bob, is kept at the Haunted Antiques Paranormal Research Centre in Hinckley, Leicester, believed to be the first museum of its kind in the UK. Jason Wall, 46, from Sutton in Ashfield, Nottingham, was the investigator nearest the clown when it moved and has struggled to explain how it could have happened. He said, "We had a table with 3 dolls on there, and one of them was this clown. It's been said that if you move the doll that it will move back to the position that it wants." One of the people at the investigation picked it up, and when she put it back she turned it round 90 degrees, to see if we could prompt a response. In the middle of the table we had a device that measures temperature and environmental conditions, and also lights up if there's any type of vibration. The lights lit up a few times when we were waiting for responses to questions. I went back to the table to check that it wasn't our movement on the floorboards that had caused the device to light up. You can see me moving up and down to see if it got a reaction from the device, but nothing happened. But as I went to turn around, the doll caught my eye, and it was as if something had twisted it at an angle slightly. If that had been because of my movement, then it would have fallen over, as it was not on a stand, it was just standing on its own 2 feet. It was a defined movement, and it stopped me in my tracks. But when I looked, it was as if it had been caught moving. So then I rushed into the other room to tell the others what I had just seen, which you can see me do in the video. We all went and looked at the CCTV coverage, but unfortunately the back of my head obscures the movement I saw. But as I walked away you can see a second movement, which I didn't even know had happened. It was completely by accident that we caught the second movement. Despite the footage showing the clown distinctly moving on its own with no one touching it, Jason remains open-minded on what the explanations could be. Jason, who was with his Haunted Live group investigating the doll, said, "It's a strange thing really, we can't really describe what it was. That's why we've put it out there for people to look at. I'm not a believer, but I'm not a disbeliever. I tend to believe my own eyes. I'm not someone who jumps to say it is paranormal straight away. That's not my belief. I can't say it's paranormal, because I can't prove anything like that. I would never say something was paranormal without complete and utter evidence. Whenever we get something on camera like this that someone says is evidence for paranormal activity, some people take it with a pinch of salt, and from some there can be a backlash. For me, it's just vindication that what I saw happened again straight afterwards." Bought in a box of old antiques, team member Sam Littlejohns, 40, says the doll's music also often starts playing on its own. Sam, from Leicester, is part of a team of 8 who run the Paranormal Center, and she claims that there is now so much activity the members cannot enter. An astonishing stash of 2,800-year-old gold jewelry has been unearthed by archaeologists in Kazakhstan. Some 3,000 golden and precious items were found in a burial mound in the remote Tarbagate Mountains. The treasure trove, described as priceless, is believed to belong to royal or elite members of the Saka people who held sway in Central Asia 8 centuries before the birth of Christ. Among the finds are earrings in the shape of bells, gold plates with rivets, plaques, chains, and a necklace with precious stones. Gold beads decorating clothes were made with the use of sophisticated micro-soldering techniques, indicating an exceptional level of development jewelry making skills for the period. Archaeologists expect to find the remains of the prestigious couple, the owners of the glittering treasures, but they have not yet dug open their graves. Professor Zainullah Samashev, in charge of the excavations, said, "A large number of valuable finds in this burial mound led us believe a man and a woman are buried here. The reigning persons are people who belong to the elite of Saka society." Head of the East Kazakhstan region Daniel Akhmatov said, "This find gives us a completely different view of the history of our people. The ancient people clearly had exceptional skills in mining, ore extraction, selling and jewelry making," he said. "We are the heirs of the great people and great technologies," he said. There are some 200 burial mounds on the Elaksazi Plateau where these treasures were found, but many were robbed in ancient times. The plateau with rich pastures around was seen as a paradise by the Saka kings. The first jewelry was extracted here 2 years ago, although in the time of Russian ruler Peter the Great some treasure was removed. Despite this, experts believe they will find more remains with gold treasures of the Saka people. There are a lot of burial mounds here and the prospects are very large. A woman charged with murdering her 8-year-old son has died at a Victorian correctional facility. Joanne Finch, 42, had been in custody since March after her son Brodie Moran's body was found at a Tutgaruk house on the state's Mornington Peninsula south of Melbourne. Victoria Police confirmed a 42-year-old woman died at a Ravenhill Correction Facility, in Melbourne's Outer West on Tuesday. Scroll down for video. Her death is not being treated as suspicious. Her lawyer Brendan Wilkinson said her sudden death has affected those who had rallied around to support Miss Finch since she was charged with Brodie's death. "Everyone is devastated. There was a whole team of people behind her, and the psychiatric staff who did everything they could," he told The Age. "The only thing she lived for was her son, and when Brodie was gone it proved too much." Mr. Wilkinson told The Age there would be an inquiry into his client's death. "She's got family in England who will be devastated by this. It's heartbreaking for everyone involved, including doctors and legal people," he told the publication. Finch's last court appearance was via videolink in June, where she was remanded in custody for a further committal mention in October. Mr. Wilkinson told the court she was suffering a severe major depressive disorder at the time of her son's death. He applied to cross-examine witnesses during a possible upcoming committal hearing to determine if Finch should stand trial. However, he cited a psychiatric report detailing Finch's severe major depressive disorder at the time of the alleged murder, meaning a committal hearing might not go ahead. Finch may have avoided a committal hearing or a trial if it could be proved she suffered a mental impairment. Brody's father and Finch's former fiancée Lima Ran, who now lives in China, took to social media to pay tribute to his always happy little boy following his death. "Thank you to everyone that has sent well wishes," a heartbroken Mr. Moran posted at the time. "At the moment I feel empty, still in shock. I have lost the best part of me. Words cannot describe how much I love and miss my little fella." He added that he'd never felt his son was in danger with his mother. Both of Brody's parents were originally from the UK and moved to Melbourne more than a decade ago. They became engaged in 2012 before they separated in July 2015. If you or anyone around you is struggling and/or seeking support, call Lifeline on 13 11 14. Uber drivers claim they are earning significantly less after the company deceived them into taking pay cuts. The popular rideshare business recently changed the way they give estimated prices to potential customers after a rise in competition. Instead of Uber suggesting a particular ride fare will fall between two prices, the company now gives a specific figure which drivers claim has dramatically affected their earnings. Many of the company's drivers claimed they were forced into signing amended contracts after being promised more trips but instead were earning significantly less on every journey, according to ABC News. One driver, who has been with the company for 2 years, claimed he was losing an average of $28 weekly. "This is wage theft. Nearly 90% of the time, the company underpays me by 50% per trip, and up to $4. Another driver claimed. Uber drivers allege the rideshare business is paying them according to the upfront estimate given to customers, not the figure on the meter, which was usually higher. The meter figure increases due to unforeseen events like traffic jams, passengers wanting to stop for food or pick up friends along the way. However, the Uber website states the upfront pricing for riders does not change the way surge works and prices will continue to vary when demand is high. Disgruntled employees claim customers are worse off under the new system because they could be paying more than they would have with a time and distance charge. Upfront pricing is calculated using the expected time and distance of the trip and local traffic, as well as how many riders and nearby drivers are using Uber at that moment, according to Uber's website. When fares go up due to increased demand, instead of surge lightning bolts and pop-up screens, riders are given the actual fare before they request their ride. There's no complicated math and no surprises. A controversial baby Trump blimp is flying near Parliament this morning as hundreds descend on London to protest against the president's controversial visit to the UK. The 20-feet-high inflatable caricature, which depicts the leader as an angry infant wearing a nappy and clutching a mobile phone, is intended to be a symbol for all those campaigning against the American president's policies. There was a countdown and a cheer as the balloon floated above Parliament Square, where it will soar among statues of revered world leaders including Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela. But it has sparked a furious debate on both sides after it was given the green light by London Mayor Sadiq Khan in a move branded hilly inappropriate by critics. Mid-Sussex MP Sir Nicholas Soames launched a scathing attack on the blimp as it hovered near the statue of his grandfather Sir Winston Churchill, branding it utterly pathetic, pointless and graceless. Hours after he landed in London for a 4-day tour of the UK, President Trump said he felt unwelcome in the Capitol and said the blimp made in his likeness was to blame. He said he used to love London but would now avoid the Capitol amid the furor over his planned visit. Trump, who arrived in Britain on Thursday, told The Sun newspaper that planned protests against him in London and other British cities made him feel unwelcome, so he was avoiding the capital as much as possible. President Trump is set to carry out a number of engagements across the UK today. Here is his itinerary. 8.45 London. U.S. First Lady Melania Trump and Philip May meeting veterans and schoolchildren. 9 a.m. London. Mr. Trump left Winfield House, the U.S. ambassador's residence, doing a fist pump before boarding Marine One. He is expected to view a joint US-UK Special Forces military demonstration at the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst. 10:40 a.m. Chequers. President Trump arrives at Chequers. 13:40 p.m. Chequers. Joint press conference with President Trump and Theresa May. 3:50 p.m. Windsor. The Queen is set to meet Trump and the U.S. First Lady at Windsor Castle. 7:40 p.m. Prestwick. Trump and First Lady to arrive in Scotland on Air Force One. 8:35 p.m. Turnberry. Trump and First Lady arrive at Trump Turnberry, his resort in Scotland. Trump told The Sun, "I guess when they put out blimps to make me feel unwelcome, no reason for me to go to London. I used to love London as a city. I haven't been there in a long time. But when they make you feel unwelcome, why would I stay there?" And Donald Trump's lawyer Rudy Giuliani said the London mayor should be ashamed of himself for approving the giant balloon protest about the American president's imminent visit. Giuliani said, "Sadiq Khan should be ashamed of himself. He's so busy attacking President Trump's visit and, in the meantime, crime is spiraling in London. Maybe he should just do his job instead of attacking a world leader." Britain regards its close ties with the United States, which it calls a special relationship, as a pillar of its foreign policy, and Prime Minister Theresa May has courted Trump ahead of the country's departure from the European Union. But some Britons see Trump as crude, volatile, unreliable and opposed to their values on a range of issues. More than 64,000 people have signed up to demonstrate in London against Trump's visit, while other protests are expected around the country. A few hundred people gathered to watch the blimp launch in Parliament Square, with organizers of the stunt wearing red boiler suits and red baseball caps emblazoned with Trump babysitter. After counting down from 10 to 1, a cheer went up as the large balloon rose to fly around 10 meters off the ground, next to Parliament and the River Thames. Brett Kirkner, 25, from North Carolina, said, "As an American, I think it's great. It's a peaceful way of protesting, and there are a lot of people who agree with it. Back home in the States, there will be some who are very upset about this protest and who think it's insulting. I have been asked to send photos back though, not everyone likes Trump." Speaking in Parliament Square, Jason Keynes, 50, from Pimlico, central London, said of the blimp, "It's good. It needs to be done because he's a bigot and a racist. He shouldn't be president. It should have been Hillary Clinton." Brian Bass, 48, originally from California, who now lives in Muswell Hill, North London, added, "I'm just enjoying the spectacle of the blimp. I'm very excited to see people this upset on this side of the pond. It's great that Trump is now in a country where there's proper freedom of speech." He's been hiding in countries where they can't protest. Paul Fonseca, 23, who is originally from Mexico but now lives in Camden, North London, said, "I think it's hilarious. It's an accurate representation of his politics, which are so immature. He never enters into adult discussion." Organizer Daniel Jones, a charity communications officer, said they were trying to make people laugh as well as making a serious point. "It's also about giving a boost to those in America resisting his policies," the 26-year-old said. One man dressed as a gorilla and wore a Trump plastic mask stood inside a large metal cage. London Mayor Sadiq Khan, who was criticized by Trump in the Sun interview for failing to control crime and prevent militant attacks, gave his blessing for the blimp to be flown and rejected suggestions this showed a lack of respect to the U.S. president. "The idea that we restrict freedom of speech, the right to assemble, the right to protest because somebody might be offended is a slippery slope," he told BBC Radio, adding that a protest to welcome Trump was also planned. "We have a rich history in this country of having a sense of humor as well. Although he may not be a fan of the blimp, it looks like it'll be following him as he ventures to Scotland later this week." Protesters are planning to transport the balloon to Scotland overnight to fly it at Trump's Turnberry golf course, where he is set to play on Saturday, according to The Hill. Police Scotland says, however, that protesters are not allowed to fly the balloon at the estate during the president's visit. Clearly there is a significant protection operation in place for the president, and this includes restrictions to the airspace in the Turnberry area. "We need to ensure there is a balance between protection and public safety and the public's right to peacefully protest," Assistant Chief Constable Mark Williams said. "With that in mind and on this occasion we are unable to grant permission for the balloon to fly in that area, however we are in discussion with the applicants about." Archaeologists have discovered imprints left by the hands and knees of a Pictish metalsmith worker while excavating an ancient settlement in Orkney. The marks left by the smith's hands and knees, which have been described as unique by experts working at the archaeological site, are believed to around 1,500 years old. Archaeologists found the imprints preserved on a stone anvil in the metalsmith's workshop on the island of Rousay, the largest of the Orkney Islands. The building is part of a substantial Iron Age settlement known as Ino of Sandro, which is being destroyed by the sea. The Picts were a collection of tribes who lived in what is today eastern and northern Scotland during the late Iron Age and early medieval periods around 270 to 900 AD. Scroll down for video. The site is being examined as part of an excavation project directed by Dr. Julie Bond and Dr. Stephen Dockrell, both from the University of Bradford. Initially, when researchers saw the strange prints, they thought it was made by one of the archaeologists working on the site. However, closer analysis revealed they were left by the ancient metalsmith who was working in this dark chamber between the 6th to 9th century AD. The team analyzed crucible fragments and floor deposits, which provided evidence he was working with copper, brass and other metals. The analysis of the floor enables us to say with confidence where the smith worked, next to a hearth and 2 stone anvils, said Dr. Dockrell. The biggest surprise came when we lifted the larger stone anvil and cleaned it. We could see carbon imprints of the smith's knees and hands. The underground building was entered via steps and a curved corridor. The Picts were a collection of tribes lived in what is today eastern and northern Scotland during the Late Iron Age and early medieval periods from around 270–900 AD. They formed a tribal confederation whose political motivations derived from a need to ally against common enemies such as the Britons and the Romans. They have long been seen as fearless savages who fought off Rome's toughest legions and refused to surrender their freedoms to live in conventional society. However, this wild reputation might well be undeserved. They actually built a sophisticated culture in northern Scotland and were more advanced than their Anglo-Saxon rivals in many respects. As a people, research has shown they were sophisticated, hardworking and skilled in many ways. We are increasingly finding that these lost peoples, who have somewhat disappeared from history, were capable of great art and built beautiful monasteries. The Roman name for the people, Picti, means painted people. It's not known what they called themselves. Mel Gibson's blue face paint in Braveheart is a nod to the Pictish tradition of body paint, but the real Picts fought stark naked, and there are records of them doing so up until the 5th century. The habit of fighting naked, especially in the cold Scottish climate, didn't harm the tribe's reputation for ferocity. Picts held the territory north of the Firth of Forth in Scotland, and were one of the reasons even heavily armored Roman legions could not conquer Scotland. The Picts mysteriously disappear from written history around 900 AD. Experts suggest that they likely merged with southern Scots, who already had a written history by that time, and the two clans' histories combined. This would have minimized the amount of light entering the smithy, allowing the smith to assess the temperature of the hot metal based on its color. The center of the small underground building was dominated by the hearth, with a set upright stone on the doorward side protecting the hearth fire from drafts. I have never seen anything like this before. It's unique as far as I know, Dr. Dockrell told the BBC. Knowing that this is a Pictish building, I would guess the prints are somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 years old, she said. The Picts formed a tribal confederation whose political motivations derived from a need to ally against common enemies such as the Britons and the Romans. Picts held the territory north of the Firth of Forth in Scotland, and were one of the reasons even heavily armored Roman legions could not conquer Scotland. The Picts mysteriously disappear from written history around 900 AD. Experts suggest that they likely merged with southern Scots, who already had a written history by that time, combining the history of the two clans. The Iron Age in Britain started around 800 BC and finished in 43 AD when the Bronze Age began. As suggested by the name, this period saw large-scale changes thanks to the introduction of iron-working technology. During this period the population of Britain probably exceeded 1 million. This was made possible by new forms of farming, such as the introduction of new varieties of barley and wheat. The invention of the iron-tipped plough made cultivating crops in heavy clay soils possible for the first time. Some of the major advances during included the introduction of the potter's wheel, the lathe used for woodworking, and rotary quern for grinding grain. There are nearly 300 Iron Age hill forts in the UK. Some were used as permanent settlements, others were used as sites for gatherings, trade and religious activities. At the time most people were living in small farmsteads with extended families. The standard house was a round house, made of timber or stone with a thatch or turf roof. Burial practices were varied, but it seems most people were. President Donald Trump offered praise U.S. ally Finland in advance of his summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, after going after NATO allies and calling the European Union a foe. "We really appreciate Finland," Trump said at a meeting with Finnish President Sauli Niinisto. Trump, who was accompanied by First Lady Melania Trump, declared, "NATO has never been more together. We really appreciate Finland, very highly respect your country," Trump said as he prepared for his 90-minute meeting with Putin in the Finnish capital, a location that the U.S. had pushed for due to its past hosting summit meetings. "I enjoyed being with you a couple of days ago. NATO has, I think, never been stronger. It was a little bit tough at the beginning, but it turned out to be love. I appreciated your support," Trump said. The president was referring to the recently concluded summit in Brussels, where he bashed Germany for an energy pipeline deal with Russia and berated member nations who failed to meet 2% of GDP defense spending commitments, only to declare victory as he left town. Trump then flew to London, where he undermined Prime Minister Theresa May's government by trashing her soft Brexit plan. When asked about message to Putin, the president said, "We'll do just fine." At the meeting, the two leaders enjoyed the view from a balcony and had breakfast. Trump's praise for Finland came after he called the European Union, of which Finland is a member, a foe. Trump made the statement in an interview with CBS News, mentioning the EU when asked to name who he considered the nation's biggest foe. "Well, I think we have a lot of foes. I think the European Union is a foe, what they do to us in trade," Trump volunteered. "No, you wouldn't think of the European Union, but they're a foe," Trump said. Then Trump turned to Russia on the eve of his summit with Putin. "Russia is a foe in certain respects. China is a foe economically, certainly they are a foe. But that doesn't mean they are bad. It doesn't mean anything. It means that they are competitive," Trump said. The foe language follows his statement at the start of his trip that dealing with Putin would be easier than with the tumult in the United Kingdom and the NATO summit in Brussels. At the summit, Trump went after Germany over a pipeline with Russia and over defense spending that fell short of the goal of 2% of its GDP. But Trump pointed to his family lineage to vouch for his fondness for Europe, having met Queen Elizabeth and attended the NATO summit. "No, look at them all, look, EU is very difficult. I want to tell you. Maybe the thing is most difficult. Don't forget both my parents were born in EU sectors today, okay? I mean, my mother was Scotland. My father was Germany," Trump said. "Russia is a foe in certain respects. China is a foe economically, certainly they are a foe. But that doesn't mean they are bad. It doesn't mean anything. It means that they are competitive," Trump said. The foe language follows his statement at the start of his trip that dealing with Putin would. A wicked pensioner has been jailed after admitting incest charges for abusing his own daughter and fathering her 3 children. Ashraf Khan, 81, from Bradford, was jailed for 4.5 years yesterday after his victim confessed to their children on her deathbed and they fought for justice for their mother. The defendant was arrested after the woman's husband, who had DNA tests to confirm the children's parentage, reported the matter to West Yorkshire Police in 2012. Prosecutor Abigail Langford told the court the complainant in the case was born in Pakistan in the 1960s, one of Khan's 6 children. She married her husband there in the early 1980s, before moving to Bradford, West Yorks, to join him and her father, who abused her, and she went on to give birth to 3 children over a decade before passing away. Her husband was praised today for bringing the children, Miss Langford said. It was on her deathbed she told her husband the defendant was in fact the father of her 3 children. The man did not report the matter to police straight away, with Miss Langford explaining, he wished to continue to act as a father and care for the children he had brought up as his own. When the matters were reported to police in 2012, Khan was back in Pakistan and did not return to the UK until 2016. When he was interviewed in September of that year, the court heard he denied having any sexual relations with his daughter. Miss Langford said the medical report concerning the 3 children had found various ailments directly attributed to their incestual parentage, including an inability to feel certain kinds of pain, resulting in injuries such as burns during their childhoods. In a joint victim impact statement, the children said Khan's offending had caused psychological damage and had impacted on their physical health. They also paid tribute to their mother's honorable husband for his fortitude and selflessness throughout the years. Khan, from Bradford, pleaded guilty to 3 counts of incest a month ahead of a proposed trial. His barrister, Nigel Jamieson, said his client suffered from poor health, but accepted a prison sentence would not be unjust. He said, he comes to court today knowing that it must be an immediate custodial sentence. The Recorder of Bradford, Judge Jonathan Durham Hall QC, told Khan, "You are a very dishonorable and wicked gentleman, we all now see." Speaking of how the woman brought Khan's offending to light, the judge said, her deathbed confession, how dreadful that must have been. Unburdening her soul about this awful trauma she had carried with her. He told Khan, those who do this will be regarded as very serious offenders, but in this case, the harm is off the scale. You are of good character. But that is a shallow comment, because you have got away with this for years. Judge Durham Hall said the guidelines for an offense of incest gave a maximum sentence of 2 years, but added the 18-month sentences for each 3 counts would run consecutively, giving a total prison term of 54 months. Speaking after the case, one of the woman's 3 children said, "We would like this case to bring awareness of incest being committed, and for other people who may have experienced something similar to come forward so that other offenders who have committed similar crimes can be tried through the courts." They also highlighted extracts from their victim impact statement, which read, "The only one who was there for us was a man of no blood relation who brought us up as if we were his own children. The significant choice and sacrifice he made, we will never be able to thank him enough. It takes a special man to be a dad, as anyone can be a father. He is one of a kind, and we will never be able to repay him for what he has done for us. The man pleading guilty was life-changing for us. He had portrayed a clean-cut image for many years, but secrets cannot be hidden and lies eventually catch up with you. The psychological and mental damage he has done is significant to so many lives, especially to our lives." She was recently accused of airbrushing her famous Instagram snaps. But now the world's hottest grandma Gina Stewart has silenced her critics by revealing her true appearance in unedited videos provided to Daily Mail Australia. The 47-year-old proves that her stunning looks aren't just smoke and mirrors in the racy videos, which showcase her natural beauty and enviable physique. Speaking to Daily Mail Australia earlier this week, the social media star explained that only some of her Instagram snaps have been altered, while others are the real deal. "Some of my pics are smoothed and some aren't," she said. "You definitely can't airbrush a video, so that's why I put them up frequently." The Gold Coast grandmother sparked speculation that her beauty may have been the result of Photoshop following an appearance on Channel 7's Sunday Night. Viewers noticed that the model looked different on the show compared to her social media accounts. However, it now seems that her looks on Sunday Night may have been down to unflattering lighting and camera angles. Gina became an internet sensation in April after she competed in the Miss Maxim modeling competition. Her modeling photos went viral, and the blonde bombshell was soon labeled the world's hottest grandmother. Despite having double E-cup breast implants, the busty granny has insisted that she's committed to aging gracefully. "The only cosmetic procedure I had was my breasts 10 years ago," she told Daily Mail Australia in April. "I don't use Botox or fillers as I believe in aging gracefully." She continued, "But seriously, there's no secret. I think everyone is beautiful. Life is too short for judgment. Embrace your age and your curves, it never killed anyone." Gina, who has over 86,000 fans on Instagram, told Sunday Night she was putting her health before her social media followers and having her breast implants removed. She fears her double E-cup implants are making her sick and are to blame for a series of ongoing health issues. "It's not about the size of my breasts anymore. It's about my health," she said. "Once I got the implants, I thought that it was going to make me the happiest girl in the whole world. Now that I've got breasts, I still get judged." The breathtaking blonde, who claimed she was judged and bullied for having B-cup breasts in her youth, spent $10,000 on her original breast augmentation. Gina, who has 2 sons and 2 daughters, a team of researchers, scientists and engineers from France have created a 3D printed house in just a matter of hours. For the first time ever, the 4-bedroom house will serve as a permanent home for a family of 5. The 1,022-square-foot house, located in the northwestern French city of Nantes, only took about 2 days, or 54 hours, to complete. Scroll down for video. A team of researchers, scientists and architects designed a 3D printed house in Nantes, France. It will become the first ever 3D printed house to be permanently inhabited. To build it, they used a novel beta-print 3D printing process. A robotic machine prints the walls from the ground up. Each wall contains 3 layers, 2 layers of insulating polyurethane, as well as a 3rd layer of concrete. The robot's movements are controlled by a laser sensor, which makes movements based on the digital model of the house, which is transmitted to the machine beforehand. It took 2 days and 6 hours to complete the project, but they hope to complete it in just 33 hours in the future. Its creators believe they could construct the same house again in just 33 hours in the future, according to the BBC. The house features 5 rooms in total, 4 bedrooms and a bathroom with a full shower. It also has sliding doors, windows and an IoT system that lets residents manage things like the temperature using a tablet. Scientists built the house using a novel beta-print 3D printing process, in which a robot constructs the house's elaborate, curved walls. The house is designed ahead of time by architects and scientists. Then, the designs are sent to the 3D printer, which brings them to life. The machine prints the layers from the ground up, with each wall containing 2 layers of expansive foam, or polyurethane, to serve as an insulator, as well as a 3rd layer of concrete. It appears as a shaving cream-type material that slightly expands to form the walls. Once the walls have been constructed, the foam is kept in place in order to insulate the house without thermal bridging, the researchers explained. The robot's movements are controlled by a laser sensor, which reads instructions based on the digital model of the house. Mounted on an automated guided vehicle, it is adapted to the external environmental limitations of the construction site, and stable in order to allow the controlled injection of the material, they continued. Nordini and Nouria Ramdani, as well as their 3 daughters, will soon call the property their home. The house was constructed as part of a collaboration between the Nantes City Council, the University of Nantes, and a local housing association. Its creators hope that it will revolutionize the construction process in the future. For 2,000 years there hasn't been a change in the paradigm of the construction process. We wanted to sweep this whole construction process away. Frankie Tritchett, the City Council's head of technology and innovation, told the BBC. That's why I'm saying that we're at the start of a story. We've just written, Once Upon a Time. Once the house is constructed, the robot can then be transported to another site to complete other construction projects. Researchers say 3D printing cuts down on construction time and improves thermal insulation, while reducing the operating costs of construction. The project, called Nova, cost roughly $207,000, £176,000, to build, making it about 20% cheaper than traditional building methods, BBC noted. 3D printing a home ultimately gives architects greater control over the design of the space, as they can use non-traditional shapes. It was designed to be able to curve around a 100-year-old tree situated on the land. The process is also more environmentally friendly than traditional processes. Nantes researchers and scientists hope that the process can be duplicated for new uses, like public buildings, community centers and more. It is clear that construction robotics will bring drastic changes to digital technology in the construction industry, Benoit Furet, the project's leader, said in a statement. With temperatures set to soar yet again this week, we've found the bargain buys that will keep you cool at work. These style saviors are ideal for the office and the sweaty commute, and they're all under £30. Keep everything simple when the weather is sweltering, says fabulous fashion director Tracy Lesair at Trace Lounge. Layering is a total no-no, as are dark block colors. Go for lightweight fabrics, cool cottons and neutral colors, pastels and bright prints. Just add statement raffia earrings and a big old basket bag to complete your summer in the city look. So here's our top buys. Dress, £26. Next, buy now, need more inspiration? Here's how to shop this season's big embroidery trend. The fabulous team is addicted to stripes, and there's so many different ways to wear them. Want to know where Holly Willoughby got her swimsuit? Scrunch cossies are going to be huge, and there are plenty on the high street. With temperatures set to soar yet again this week, we found the bargain buys that will keep you cool at work. These style saviors are ideal for the office and the sweaty commute, and they're all under £30. Keep everything simple when the weather is sweltering, says fabulous fashion director Tracy Lee Sayer at Trace Lounge. Layering is a total no-no, as are dark block colors. Go for lightweight fabrics, cool cottons and neutral colors, pastels and bright prints. Just add statement raffia earrings and a big old basket bag to complete your summer in the city look. So here's our top buys. Next dress, £26. Next, buy now, need more inspiration? Here's how to shop this season's big embroidery trend. The fabulous team is addicted to stripes. Spanish authorities say about 400 migrants have stormed barbed wire fences separating Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta from Morocco. Hundreds of migrants may have made it onto Spanish soil in the charge, made shortly after dawn today, according to Spanish news agency Europa Press, quoting Ceuta police. Sub-Saharan Africans living illegally in Morocco try to get to Europe each year by climbing rows of 6 meters high, 20-foot high barbed wire fences surrounding Ceuta and Melilla, Spain's other North African enclave. This morning's mass charge added to pressure on Spanish authorities from a recent wave of migration. The International Organization for Migration says so far this year that more than 22,700 migrants have arrived in Spain, 3 times more than in the same period last year. On Tuesdays we wear pink, and these peachy products are sure to brighten even the dullest of days. From a button-down dress to collagen, which does just what it says on the bottle, here's what we're lusting after today. This gin takes the guilt out of drinking, kind of, because it contains youth-enhancing collagen. It's a yummy mix of 11 different botanicals, as well as orange, juniper and earthy licorice. We're feeling younger already. Button-down dresses are all the rage right now, and we love this stone-colored meaty one by Pretty Little Thing. It's in high demand at the moment, so you'd better be quick if you want to nab one. Are you having a skin so's moment? Well, Clarence has heard your calls for help, because this primer promises to hide a multitude of sins. It comes in 6 different shades, all of which fix a different skin problem. We love the rose shade, which brightens tired skin, and the green one, which has been a total miracle for fixing red skin this summer. You can choose your hue here. You can now create a personalized photo makeup bag, and we think it makes a perfect present. Ideal for handoffs, girly holidays, or showing a maid they're loved. You have until the end of August to make your own cosmetics bag for a friend. Love Island may be over, but there are still opportunities to steal the girl's style. Donnie Dyer rocked this high-necked studded frock on the reality show. It's by Girl Code, a new party outfit destination launched by a former House of CB designer, hoping to recreate the same great style at a lower price point. Nice one. Charlotte Tilbury is the name on everyone's lips in a number of celeb dressing rooms. The annual Houses Awards showcase the best in Australian residential architecture and design, and the winners have just been revealed. A hillside sanctuary in Sydney's northern beach suburb was crowned Australia's House of the Year for 2018. Along with the overall victor, a host of other accolades were extended to an outstanding collection of works including Best Alteration, Apartment of the Year, and Most Sustainable Design. House of the Year creatively christened Cabbage Tree House in Bayview, New South Wales is a unique, cave-like structure which echoes the natural surrounding landscape and rewrites the rules for residential housing design. Described as a sanctuary away from city life, this complete Australian house designed by Peter Stoochberry Architecture is broken down into small spaces for ultimate seclusion. The home is warm, layered and welcoming, with circular skylights providing fleeting glimpses of the blue skies above. Stuart Vokes, the 2017 House of the Year winner, said Australia is experiencing a growth in the diversity of its housing projects, while also praising the design of this year's victor. Cabbage Tree House is wonderfully aspirational, beautifully made, and a joyful expression of landscape and one's place in nature. Best House Alteration. This generic workers' cottage in Queensland has been transformed into a luscious oasis by architect and designer John Elway. The compact design of the terrarium house allows circulation to flow seamlessly from one space to the next, without an inch of waste. The property is punctuated with Japanese influences, including a double-height space above the dining area and a classic veranda arrangement. Best Apartment or Unit. Bonica Apartment by Brad Swartz in Rushcutters Bay, New South Wales, is a micro-renovation with clean lines and warm wood paneling. The rooms are clearly defined with sophisticated angular divisions. The innovative positioning of a sliding wooden timber screen determines the function of the small space at any time, making it a private room for sleeping or a public room for cooking and socializing. The solution for thinking and living small is elegant, surprising and ambitious, the jury said. Most Sustainable Design. According to the House Awards, Nightingale One in Brunswick aims to use architecture as a catalyst to building community in Australian apartment living. It's the social and economic elements of the Breathe architecture project that make it a sustainability masterpiece, replete with generous communal amenities, sprawling public space and efficient construction techniques. This apartment block sets the industry standard for holistically eco-friendly architecture. The Nightingale building encourages residents to contribute to environment more akin to a spaceship than the rustic alpine hut I was expecting. I finally made it to the Gouda Refuge, teetering 12,523 feet high en route to the summit of Mont Blanc. The bizarre cliffside inn opened in 2013 after a 2-year construction project costing more than €6 million, £5.3 million, and today it welcomes up to 120 mountaineers a night. During my stay I discovered there was no running water in the bathroom, only hand sanitizer to wash hands, and I was forced to buy bottles of Evian water, costing €7, £6 a pop. As supplies have to be helicoptered in, everything at the Gouda Refuge is a little pricier than average. For instance, a humble egg omelette will set you back €13, £11.50, while a Mars bar is listed on the menu for €4, £3.54. I checked into the cylindrical-shaped Gouda, which generates thermal energy for melted snow and electricity from solar panels, with 9 other people I was hiking with. We were traveling with the French mountaineering school UCFA and vying to reach the top of Mont Blanc at 15,781 feet to get into the Gouder Refuge. You enter through the rather smelly equipment room, where hikers leave their snow boots, ice axes and other bits of gear. I swiftly took off my sweaty shoes and took a pair of plastic clogs that were put out for guests to wear indoors. After unloading, I made my way upstairs to the Gouder's main dining room. The wooden-clad canteen boasts stunning views over the valley below, and the mist was slowly clearing so I could catch a glimpse of the snow-dusted scenery. We'd arrived at the lodge just after 2 p.m. and dinner wasn't until 6:30 p.m. so many of us opted for a nap as we'd been on the go since 6 a.m., steadily journeying our way up the mountainside. The beds in the Gouder are laid out in dormitories, with bunk beds packed tightly together. Earplugs are advisable, as guests come and go, and an eye mask would have been a help with no blinds at the large windows. I slept like a dream in the soft bottom bunk before rising on the dot for dinner. The dining room was packed out with people, and there was a large party of Russians celebrating a 40th birthday, with champagne flowing. The food at the Gouder was delicious and hearty, the perfect thing before an epic climb. For the first course we had a vegetable soup, followed up by poached salmon, warm pearl barley and green beans. To top things off, the waitress served up ramekins of creme caramel. Bedtime at the Gouder is 8 p.m. and after filling our bellies, we went back to our dormitories. It was a little hard to sleep with the smell of sewerage stirring the senses. I think waste disposal must be an issue being so high up, and a lack of fresh air due to the windows being sealed shut. While bedtime might be early, breakfast comes in even earlier at the hut, with the dining room opening at 2 a.m. for early morning mountaineers. After using my head torch to get dressed and pack for the Mont Blanc summit, I went down to get a bite to eat. The place was bustling with eager alpinists, and there was a long queue forming. I took my canteen tray and filled one bowl with cornflakes and one bowl with coffee, the drinking vessel of choice in France. I also took a handful of bread and several servings of jam to get some energy from the sugar. After fueling up, we were all ready for the off, and we stepped out of the warm shelter into the icy cold. The Gouder Refuge certainly makes for a comfortable mountainside stay, and the views are unbeatable. Just remember to pack extra water so you don't run up an exuberant bar tab. Or do as one man I spotted did, and take a stove so you can melt snow water. Mail Online Travel Journey to Chamonix with UCFA. The non-profit Outward Bound organization runs Mont Blanc summit courses with prices starting at £1,485 with accommodation, meals and ambitious plans to travel to Mars and someday form a colony on the Red Planet may have come a step closer to reality. Researchers from California Institute of Technology recently published research showing a way to turn water into oxygen and hydrogen in space. Both of these elements are essential for long-term space exploration, and could pave the way for future colonies, as well as allowing humans to venture further into the universe than ever before. In an article for The Conversation, Dr. Charles Dunnell, senior lecturer in energy at Swansea University, explains how important this discovery could be for human survival as we continue to outgrow our own planet. Scroll down for video. Space agencies and private companies already have advanced plans to send humans to Mars in the next few years, ultimately colonizing it. And with a growing number of discoveries of Earth-like planets around nearby stars, long-distance space travel has never seemed more exciting. However, it isn't easy for humans to survive in space for sustained periods of time. One of the main challenges with long-distance spaceflight is transporting enough oxygen for astronauts to breathe and enough fuel to power complex electronics. Sadly, there's only little oxygen available in space, and the great distances make it hard to do quick refills. But now a new study, published in Nature Communications, shows that it is possible to produce hydrogen for fuel and oxygen for life from water alone using a semiconductor material and sunlight or starlight in zero gravity, making sustained space travel a real possibility. Using the unbounded resource of the sun to power our everyday life is one of the biggest challenges on Earth. As we are slowly moving away from oil towards renewable sources of energy, researchers are interested in the possibility of using hydrogen as fuel. The best way to do this would be by splitting water H2O into its constituents, hydrogen and oxygen. This is possible using a process known as electrolysis, which involves running a current through a water sample containing some soluble electrolyte. This breaks down the water into oxygen and hydrogen, which are released separately at the two electrodes. While this method is technically possible, it has yet to become readily available on Earth as we need more hydrogen-related infrastructure, such as hydrogen refilling stations, to scale it up. Hydrogen and oxygen produced in this way from water could also be used as fuel on a spacecraft. Launching a rocket with water would in fact be a lot safer than launching it with additional rocket fuel and oxygen on board, which can be explosive. Once in space, special technology could split the water into hydrogen and oxygen, which in turn could be used to sustain life or to power electronics via fuel cells. There are two options for doing this. One involves electrolysis as we do on Earth, using electrolytes and solar cells to capture sunlight and convert this into a current. The alternative is to use photocatalysts, which work by absorbing light particles, photons, into a semiconductor material inserted into the water. The energy of a photon gets absorbed by an electron in the material, which then jumps, leaving behind a hole. The free electron can react with protons, which make up the atomic nucleus along with neutrons, in water to form hydrogen. Meanwhile, the hole can absorb electrons from water to form protons and oxygen. The process can also be reversed. Hydrogen and oxygen can be brought together or recombined using a fuel cell returning the solar energy taken in by the photocatalysis, energy which can be used to power electronics. Recombination forms only water as a product, meaning the water can also be recycled. This is key to long-distance space travel. The process using photocatalysts is the best option for space travel as the equipment weighs much less than the one needed for electrolysis. In theory, it should work easily. This is partly because the intensity of the sunlight is far higher without the Earth's atmosphere absorbing large amounts on its way through to the surface. Water is made of two elements, hydrogen and oxygen. These are bonded together and can often be manipulated in chemical reactions. Water is added to many different processes, in a process called hydrolysis, the addition of water. Electrolysis is a similar process, which involves the addition of an electrical current through a water sample that contains a soluble material, known as an electrolyte. This process then provides energy to the water molecules, and with enough applied energy, the bonds that keep the oxygen joined to the hydrogen can be broken. This is often done in a school laboratory by placing 2 electrodes or a battery in a small flask of impure water, applying a current and capturing the gas created. This gas is then lit with a match and produces a squeaky pop, a telltale sign of hydrogen being present. This is yet to be scaled up on Earth, with the infrastructure yet to be established. Another way is to use a catalyst which work by absorbing light particles, photons, into a semiconductor material inserted into water. The energy of a photon gets absorbed by an electron in the material, which then jumps, leaving behind a hole. The free electron can react with protons, which make up the atomic nucleus along with neutrons, in water to form hydrogen. Meanwhile, the hole can absorb electrons from water to form protons and oxygen. The process can also be reversed. Hydrogen and oxygen can be brought together or recombined using a fuel cell returning the solar energy taken in by the photocatalysis, energy which can be used to power electronics. Recombination forms only water as a product, meaning the water can also be recycled. In the new study, the researchers dropped the full experimental setup for photocatalysis down a 400-foot (120-meter) drop tower, creating an environment similar to microgravity. As objects accelerate towards Earth in free fall, the effect of gravity diminishes as forces exerted by gravity are cancelled out by equal and opposite forces due to the acceleration. This is opposite to the g-forces experienced by astronauts and fighter pilots as they accelerate in their aircraft. The researchers managed to show that it is indeed possible to split water in this environment. However, as water is split to create gas, bubbles form. Getting rid of bubbles from the catalyst material once formed is important. Bubbles hinder the process of creating gas. On Earth, gravity makes the bubbles automatically float to the surface. The water near the surface is denser than the bubbles, which makes them buoyant, freeing the space on the catalyst for the next bubble to be produced. In zero gravity this is not possible and the bubble will remain on or near the catalyst. However, the scientists suggested the shape of nanoscale features in the catalyst by creating pyramid-shaped zones where the bubble could easily disengage from the tip and float off into the medium. But one problem remains. In the absence of gravity, the bubbles will remain in the liquid, even though they have been forced away from the catalyst itself. Gravity allows for the gases to easily escape from the liquid, which is critical for using the pure hydrogen and oxygen. Without the presence, the fascinating stories behind over 90 lost worlds have been revealed in a new book laced with incredible pictures. Abandoned Civilizations by author Kieran Connolly reveals how vast societies can rise and fall, leaving behind ruined cities and towns that have been reclaimed by nature. Delve inside this tome and you'll find citadels overgrown by jungle, statues lying half-hidden in the sand and gigantic bizarre sculptures carved into rock faces, all left behind after civilizations were abandoned following natural disasters, religious conflict and even shifting patterns of trade. Mr. Connolly explained, often with the disintegration of ancient societies, The grandiose edifices were looted and nature was free to eradicate all but the most robust structures. Yet, sometimes, nature has proved to be the protector. From Africa to India to Mexico, there are citadels and temples where the jungle or the desert cocooned magnificent structures for. This is the confronting map depicting where at least 250 Aboriginal massacres took place across the country during the height of conflict between first settlers and Indigenous Australians. The graphic map highlights the locations where the mass murders took place and how many were orchestrated, a figure researchers believe is closer to 500. The grim illustration has revealed the slaughters, which killed as many as 300 Aboriginals in one area, occurred as recently as 1930. At least 6,000 Aboriginals were killed during the violent attacks inflicted by British colonizers, including many women and children. The majority of attacks occurred in the early to mid-1800s throughout New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania, South Australia and the southern parts of Queensland, according to the University of Newcastle. In 1865, at least 300 Aboriginals were killed by native police in Queensland's far west near the New South Wales and South Australian border. The most recent recorded massacres happened between 1900 and 1930. At least 206 Indigenous Australians were killed. 1929 – Carlotta Springs, NT 70 Aboriginals murdered. 1928 – Coniston, NT 50 Aboriginals murdered. 1920 and 1925 – Wave Hill Station, NT 30 Aboriginals murdered. 1918 – Gulf of Carpentaria 11 Aboriginals murdered. 1917 – Tennant Creek, NT 15 Aboriginals murdered. Source: University of Newcastle. Researchers claim the mass attack happened after station owner, John Dowling, was killed, prompting his brother, Vincent, to seek revenge with a posse of settlers. They found the Kulila camped on the eastern side of the river and chased them towards the Grey Range, shooting them down as they ran. Led by the native police, the report said. The most recent recorded attack happened between 1920 and 1929 in the Northern Territory, during which 70 Aboriginals were killed at Carlotta Springs, Central Australia near the South Australian border. In 1924, an Onpelli station assistant shot over 30 bush people on horseback as a punishment for cattle killing. Thomas Crampton, the first white man to occupy land near Goondiwindi, NSW, in 1837, killed no less than 15 blacks after spying them sitting in the tops of some trees armed with spears. One of the first massacres was recorded in 1794 when a British first settler and his servant were almost murdered in their home by natives from the woods. The servant was severely injured by spears and clubs. A few days later, the same group of Aboriginals are believed to have attacked other first settlers before stealing their clothes and provisions. They were shortly killed on the spot. The grisly details of how settlers inflicted their attacks included flour laced with strychnine, poison now used to kill rodents, fire, muskets and even chained up the Aboriginals to shoot them before hacking and bludgeoning them to death with swords. Many human bones have since been found decades after the murders. Some were buried in mass graves and large mounds. The study, funded by the Australian government, revealed 6,200 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people were killed and an average of 25 Indigenous Australians were killed in each massacre. Between 1900 and 1930, at least 206 Aboriginals were killed. The murderers in the early 20th century are believed to have been more deadly than initial attacks in the 1800s, because they were carefully planned and a professional business. I am surprised at the number of times that we find that a record-breaking 10 million viewers downloaded the series on BBC iPlayer in February, the biggest ever audience for a non-network show, and its availability was extended over the spring bank holiday so that more viewers could watch the gripping denouement. Now, to the relief of those who missed the final episode despite this extension, and keeping faith newbies, the nail-biting, 8-episode drama hits BBC One tonight. The eponymous Faith of the title is played by Eve Miles, who is best known to viewers for her role as Gwen Cooper in Doctor Who spin-off Torchwood, a role for which she won a Welsh BAFTA for Best Actress in 2007. More recently she played Gwen Parry-Jones, the suicidal Welsh lover of Norman Scott, in the series A Very English Scandal about the Jeremy Thorpe affair, and over the years there have also been parts in Doctor Who, Victoria and Broadchurch. Miles's real-life husband Bradley Freegard plays her on-screen husband, solicitor Evan Howells, and his sudden disappearance one morning after breakfast is the focus of the drama. Keeping Faith, Unborn Mercer in Welsh, was first aired in autumn 2017 on the Welsh-language channel S4C and became the broadcaster's most popular local series in 25 years before knocking Scandinoir Hits the Bridge and the killing off the most-watched list on iPlayer. I couldn't believe that it was so popular over the bridge in England, said Miles, 39. There was no promotion over there, it was word of mouth. Then it started creeping up the chart to number 1. You're always waiting for that life-changing role, and this was certainly it. Keeping Faith was always designed to be filmed simultaneously in Welsh and English, but though she grew up in Powys, Miles hadn't learned Welsh. She was convinced she couldn't master the language, so turned down the part of Faith 3 times. It was Welsh speaker Bradley who convinced her to seize the challenge she had been craving, and she took 6 months of lessons to become bilingual. "Thank goodness it came along," she said. "It gave me a confidence I never had before." But she almost missed out on the part altogether. Shortly before she was offered it by director Pip Broughton, who shot 6 of the episodes with Andrew Newberry directing the other 2, mother of 2 Miles was on the brink of quitting acting altogether. Over her 17-year career she has enjoyed many peaks, but has also experienced some troughs when she struggled to pay the bills. "People presume that because you're on the telly you're George Clooney and Amal," she said. "That's not the case. Always be prepared not to be extravagant, because next year could be completely dead. I'd get a great year and then be dead for 18 months. Replayed again and again is a scene when Faith, hungover from a night out with her friends, catches a look of anguish on her husband's face as he sits in the car in the driveway of the family house. He glances back at his wife through the kitchen window before driving off to work. It lasts for just a second before Evan is gone, but Faith returns to the moment throughout the day as her husband fails to turn up at court with a client or respond to her frantic phone calls and texts. Faith spends the day juggling work. She is a partner in her husband's family's legal firm, and childcare. His disappearance takes her on a terrifying journey of discovery into the criminal underworld and Evan's murky personal life, forcing her to confront the possibility that her husband is not the man she thought he was. The success of the script by screenwriter and former lawyer Matthew Hall, Kavanagh QC and Dalziel and Pascoe lies less in its plot, which becomes steadily more convoluted and at times somewhat implausible, and more in the detailed and authentic observations of everyday life. A prime example comes early in the first episode when we see Faith squeezing herself into a tight pencil skirt and vertiginous stilettos after months wearing the baby food-stained t-shirts and baggy jeans uniform of maternity leave. Tottering around, the misfit is psychological as well as physical as Faith struggles to re-engage her work brain. As Miles said of her in an interview, "Those suits, they are Faith's boxing gloves. She is a woman going through hell, doing the best she can for her family. And Faith being Faith, she pulls it off, which is why her character has become an icon for working mums whose lives are one long plate-spinning challenge." Faith has her weaknesses. Miles calls her beautifully flawed, which is what makes her so convincing and appealing. With her gappy-toothed pout and tousled caramel hair, Miles is undeniably beautiful, but like the Scandi heroine, she is no perfect ice maiden. She is the kind of woman I want to be. A woman's woman, is how Miles describes her. The Howell family home, a stylish glass and wood affair, is located in the fictional coastal town of Abergaron, where net curtains twitch and everyone knows each other's business. La Farne, on the South Carmarthenshire coast, where Dylan Thomas lived for the last 4 years of his life, stands in for Abergaron, and it is where much of the action takes place. The exterior shots were filmed in Carmarthenshire, the Vale of Glamorgan and Swansea, and Keeping Faith is set to do for Wales tourism what Poldark did for Cornwalls. Alongside the stunning scenery, another star of the show is Faith's trusty yellow raincoat, what Miles calls her strength coat, which is so popular that it now has its own Twitter page. Its 526 followers tweet photos of themselves wearing yellow coats, and one revealed that she loved the series so much she rewatched all 8 episodes in Welsh, despite not understanding a word of the language. Cymru noir is a term we are all going to be familiar with by the end of Keeping Faith, as it further plants Wales on the dark drama map. Hinterland, a detective series set in mid-Wales, started it all in 2014 when it was sold to European networks before going global on Netflix. They are fast giving the Scandi box sets a run for their money, with many fans admitting to binge-watching Keeping Faith in one sitting. "I think it's sexy," Miles says of the success of the drama. "It's escapism, a treat for the mind and the soul." Wales has always produced good drama, it has just been hard to get it on a platform. Hinterland put an end to that. We see Faith marching doggedly across craggy cliff tops and expansive sand dunes, often in unfeasibly high heels, in search of Evan, and it is clear Miles is at one with the rugged Welsh landscape. She grew up in the middle of nowhere with her brother and mum after their parents divorced when she was a child. Her mother did not drive, so she spent her childhood cycling around the neighborhood with her friends. Miles met Freegard at the National Youth Theatre in 1994, and 5 years ago they eloped to Italy, exchanging suitably bohemian vows to become one and harness our children's aspirations. They have 2 daughters, Matilda, 8, and Sienna, 4, And Miles credits her husband, who is not on screen as often as his wife, in keeping faith with looking after the family while she slogged through 15-hour days. "I'm very lucky with my husband," she said. "He's a supportive man." The family live in a 7-bedroom detached house in a conservation area. While some opt for a more traditional career path, one Australian woman has launched a professional cuddling service to cater to lonely men and women. Sarah Sin, from Adelaide, founded Cuddle Care Connection, where she offers cuddling, affection and light massage to clients at a rate of $70 an hour. "Where a masseuse can touch you, you can touch me too," Miss Sin, 33, told 7 News Adelaide. Scroll down for video. She explained her services are strictly non-sexual and her clients need to wear a minimum of shorts and a t-shirt. Ms. Sin has 10 regular clients, many of them divorcees, and also offers $650 sleepover sessions and travel companionship as part of her service. "When they come here, it's like they are seeing a friend, and they get those cuddles, and it induces those happy hormones in their body," she told the program. "Anyone hearing about my business, whether you accept it or not, we all relate to it." Miss Sin starts her sessions by asking how her clients are feeling before holding their hands and going from there. "I'm able to work through shyness, uncertainty, awkwardness and emotional anxiety, and if you're happy for me to lead, I would offer numerous cuddling positions that are nurturing, nourishing, attentive and connective," she wrote on her website. "My sessions are intended for you to feel seen, heard and valued, a relaxed fun environment where you can let loose and be yourself." Hugging increases oxytocin levels, which is a bonding hormone. This chemical reaction can help to reduce blood pressure, which in turn reduces the risk of heart disease. Oxytocin can help reduce anxiety and promotes the relaxation response. Cuddling can help you to open up as it can present the opportunity to talk and share things on a deeper emotional level as well as offering cuddles. Miss Sin also gives clients the option to talk. "I hope to be there for those who may not want to cuddle but simply discuss issues they may be dealing with and any topics of interest or concerns. Whether it relates to sexuality, body image, social interactions or intimate confessions," she said. "There are some topics that I empathize with through experiences of my own, which are sexuality, mental health and spouse relationships." While Miss Sin's business may be a first for South Australia, professional cuddling as an industry is gaining traction. 5-star rated professional snuggler, Lisa Vannersdale, earns up to $100 an hour for cuddling and told the Sun Herald previously that she asks all clients to sign a contract and follow a set of strict rules. The Cuddle Academy, a mother duck has been captured in a set of adorable pictures caring for no less than 76 ducklings, and despite the size of the brood, her feathers remain unruffled. The remarkable images of the common merganser were captured by Brent Chisak at Lake Bemidji, in northern Minnesota, the photographer's home state. The 32-year-old told Mail Online Travel, "From what I've been told, this is a common practice among common mergansers. Mergansers will dump their eggs into multiple nests. So when they incubate they have eggs from other mothers in the same nest. However, they can only incubate up to 20 eggs. So while some of these chicks may be hers, it's not possible for all of them to be from her. She likely picked them up from other mothers when the ducklings got separated, and it's also possible that she is caring for all of the babies on the lake. There is greater odds for survival if the brood is much larger. At first Mr. Chizek counted 50 ducklings in tow, then on another trip to the lake he counted 76. When he posted his images of them online, they quickly went viral. Twitter user Hannah J. Waters commented, "Is there anything sweeter in the universe? Adult ducks can't tell which birds are theirs, and lost young birds that have already imprinted on their own mothers will instinctively start following another common merganser because she looks like mom." Gwendolyn G. Bishk wrote, "Real men shoot ducks with cameras." The series will be kicking off tonight, Tuesday, July 31st, on BBC One at 9 p.m. Age Before Beauty has been penned by Poldark writer Debbie Horsfield and consists of 6 episodes. According to a description from the BBC, the program is an exploration of youth, age, instant gratification and long-term relationships within the setting of the beauty industry. The summary goes on to say, "At its heart is an unconventional family rife with sibling rivalries and unconventional parenting through the generations." The drama follows from Horsfield's popular early noughties salon drama Cutting It, which had a large ensemble cast. Age Before Beauty has an equally impressive cast list. Here's a look at the stars of the show. Belle Finch, Polly Walker. Polly Walker takes the lead as Isabel Belle Finch, a housewife and devoted mother returning to running a salon in Manchester once her children go off to university. Walker is best known for her roles in Rome, Patriot Games and Savage Messiah. More recently, she's starred in TV shows Mr. Selfridge, Line of Duty and State of Play. Speaking about the role, Walker said, "Belle is the heart of the piece. She is strong, but she is also weak. Belle represents lots of women who have given up careers to look after children or families, and then due to circumstances, she is forced to re-evaluate everything, including herself. It feels very apt for me, at my age, to be playing this part." Teddy Roxton, Robson Green plays Belle's best friend and brother-in-law Teddy Roxton. Green is no stranger to audiences thanks to his role in Grantchester and factual series Extreme Fishing, while his previous parts include Soldier and Wire in the Blood. Green said of this character, "The way Teddy behaves affects every single relationship in this story on a massive level, which is amazing to play. He is a pathological liar, but his actions are rooted in truth and circumstance, and everything Teddy does in this series stems from an absolute devotion to love." Wesley Finch, James Murray Cutting It alumni. James Murray portrays Belle's husband Wesley Finch, who makes a mistake which has huge ramifications on the rest of the series. Murray has most recently featured in ITV's Him and Suspects on Channel 5. "When I saw the scripts, it immediately took me back to Cutting It because it is undeniably Debbie Horsfield," Murray said. He continued, "Debbie has a very particular style, especially when she is writing about the world of young, working professionals in a slightly heightened universe. She is a unique voice in that respect. However, this story and the way she has written it has a fresh and more modern view on life than perhaps Cutting It did, as that was more than 15 years ago." Leanne Roxton, Kelly Harrison portrays Belle's younger sister Leanne Roxton, who is married to Teddy. Harrison has previously starred in Casualty as paramedic Nikki Marshall, Waking the Dead and Happy Valley. Harrison revealed, at the beginning of the series Leanne invites her older sister, Belle, to return to the family-run beauty salon, which Belle used to run 20-odd years ago. However, as the series progresses, her jealousy of Belle grows rapidly, because she feels like Belle walks into the salon and takes over her world. Tina Regan, Lisa Riley. Loose Women and Emmerdale actress Lisa Riley plays Tina Regan, who is a tattoo artist but is also the glue that holds all the characters together. Riley's biggest roles have been in Emmerdale as Mandy Dingle and Tina Allen in Waterloo Road, as well starring in the harrowing drama Three Girls last year. Riley said, "The best thing about Tina is that she deals with things through her sarcasm. She is the confidant and totem pole who keeps the family together. When the chips are down and low within the family, she deals with it so brilliantly. Everyone confides in Tina, and she doesn't miss a trick. She knows everything that is going on." Ivy Regan, Sue Johnston. Sue Johnston takes on the role of one of the show's boldest characters, Ivy Regan. Johnston has starred in everything from The Royal Family to Waking the Dead and Downton Abbey. Reflecting on her character, the actress said, "Debbie Horsfield doesn't bow down to age when it comes to Ivy. She goes dancing, she works, and she runs around with men young enough to be her sons. She is brutally honest with those around her, and if you don't like it, that is tough. She doesn't give a toss about what people think about her, and there is a freedom in that." Lorelai, Madeleine Montauk. Madeleine Montauk plays Lorelai, who is something of a troublemaker. Montauk previous credits include AMC's Into the Badlands, The Tomorrow People and Casualty. The star said, "Lorelai is a character that represents fun and youth and the idea of something shiny and new that you can have all of these great experiences with." Heidi Regan, Vicky Myers. In the role of the youngest sister is actress Vicky Myers. As the Lash Queen, Heidi Regan. Myers has featured in Paranoid, Coronation Street and The Five. "There were certain aspects of Heidi that I could understand and really relate to," she explained. The star continued, "An Air China jet that plunged 25,000 feet in an emergency descent did so after a co-pilot mistakenly turned off air conditioning systems in a bid to conceal his e-cigarette smoke. Smoking is not allowed aboard Chinese commercial passenger flights. The incident, which resulted in the deployment of passenger oxygen masks, occurred Tuesday on a flight by the Chinese flag carrier from Hong Kong to the city of Dalian in northeastern China." The Civil Aviation Administration of China (CAAC) said in a press conference in Beijing that the drama was triggered when the co-pilot sought to turn off a ventilation system to prevent his smoke spreading into the main cabin, the respected news site Kixin said. But he accidentally switched off air conditioning instead, leading to a decrease in cabin oxygen levels. That set off an emergency warning system indicating that the 737 jet may have flown too high and instructing the pilots to quickly descend. Chinese media reports quoted passengers and flight tracker sites as saying the plane may have descended as much as several thousand meters. The CAAC said the aircraft dropped down to as low as 3,000 meters, 10,000 feet, without specifying its original altitude. According to Flight Radar 24, it descended from 35,000 feet to 10,000 feet in 10 minutes, as is standard practice in a decompression event. It then ascended and continued the flight at a peak altitude of 26,600 feet rather than heading to a nearby airport to land. Industry experts said the decision to climb and continue the flight was unusual given the oxygen masks had already been deployed. They added there was a risk another decompression event could occur after the one-time supply of 12 to 20 minutes from the oxygen masks was used up. Former Qantas head of safety, Ron Barch, said, "The crew would not have been able to accurately assess the amount of emergency oxygen available. In my opinion, the pilot in command should have landed at the nearest suitable airport." Video from aboard the flight that was later. This is the alarming moment a Chinese cargo plane was forced to abort a landing at a rainy Chicago O'Hare International after going off the runway and tearing up the grass. Footage taken from near the terminal building around 3 p.m. on June 21 shows the Boeing 747 making a steady descent, before suddenly bouncing back into the air after the initial touchdown. Closer inspection showed the China Airlines plane had missed runway 10L and ended up on the grass, forcing its pilot to return to the air, where there was a visibility of 3 miles. Flight CI-5148, which had 4 crew and had flown from Anchorage in Alaska, immediately told airport authorities it had been forced to turn round due to the accident, the Aviation Herald reported. "We have gone wrong and turned round due to a lack of visibility on the runway," one of the Chinese crew told the control tower over a radio, before they discussed where the aircraft could land. Another plane on the ground informed the control tower that the runway had been damaged, and it was closed for 50 minutes while crews removed debris and repaired a single wrecked windsock. The plane circled O'Hare for 20 minutes before making a successful landing on runway 9R at 3:20 p.m. There was minimal damage to the aircraft and none of the crew were injured, reported. Serena Williams' husband Alexis Ohanian has written an article calling for paid leave for fathers and mothers 10 months after the tennis champion gave birth to their daughter. The Reddit co-founder called on Congress noted that the U.S. is the only industrialized nation not to guarantee maternity leave for new mothers, meaning 1 in 4 return to work within 2 weeks of giving birth. Ohanian, this Saturday consoled Williams after her Wimbledon final loss, also spoke about his own dreams for fatherhood, saying he no longer wanted it to become a headline when he is seen in public feeding his daughter, Alexis Olympia Ohanian Jr. For these early months of my daughter's life, I knew I needed to be present with my family, Ohanian wrote in The Hill last Saturday. Being able to be present with my family was a privilege that unfortunately many parents in this country are not afforded. Ohanian wrote that both Reddit and his other company, Initialized Capital, allow all parents 16 weeks of fully paid leave. He argued this is a good business decision as it helps make his staff happier. He wants a similar policy to be adopted nationwide, although he did not state a specific period of time and said it should be flexible depending on the couple. And he stressed the policy of paid parental leave, which is supported by 75% of Republicans and 90% of Democrats, would be important for fathers as well as mothers. We still celebrate when a man simply acknowledges having a child, let alone doing their part to help raise them, while women in the workplace face a tremendous double standard as they balance supporting their family with their career, he wrote. On Saturday, Ohanian watched on center court as Williams lost 6-3. 6-3 to Angelique Kerber in the Wimbledon final. To get that far was a remarkable comeback for Williams, who suffered serious postnatal complications after Alexis Olympia's birth on September 1, 2017. There were no complications with the C-section delivery itself, but in the weeks that followed, Williams developed blood clots on her lungs, while blood-thinning medication used to cure those had the effect of preventing her wound from healing. After the loss, Ohanian shared a sweet message on Instagram paying tribute to his wife's remarkable recovery. "Days after our baby girl was born, I kissed my wife goodbye before surgery, and neither of us knew if she would be coming back. We just wanted her to survive. 10 months later, she's in the Wimbledon final." Serena Williams will be holding a trophy again soon. She's got the greatest one waiting at home for her, and our family knows she'll win. A man has been charged after he was allegedly caught driving more than 187 km/h while drunk. The Honda Civic driver was allegedly speeding along the Pacific Highway near Byron Bay at approximately 8:45 a.m. on Sunday. As officers tried to catch up to the car, they claimed they saw the vehicle recklessly overtake 7 cars and a semi-trailer at around 185 km/h. The speed limit is 100 km/h area. Police stopped the car near Tandy's Lane. The 34-year-old driver blew a blood alcohol reading of .152, triple the legal limit, police allege. The Queensland man's license was suspended soon after. The 34-year-old was charged with reckless driving, speeding, having a high-range PCA, and exceeding a speed of more than 45 km/h. A popular amateur rugby player died yesterday after falling ill during a game played in sweltering 27°C heat. Max Blakely, 32, had passed out behind the dugout during the halftime break at around 2:30 p.m. while playing for Birkenshaw Blooddogs at Heworth, near York. He had been subbed off while competing in the baking hot heat within 20 minutes of the first half. But Max later collapsed at pitch side and paramedics desperately attempted to save his life with a defibrillator. Heartbroken fan Anita Wilson posted on Twitter, "It was devastating for all. I am still in bits now. Condolences to the Birkenshaw Club and the poor lad's family. Heworth handled it so well. Calm, swift action. Sadly in vain, but well done to Chris for taking control and trying your best. Such a sad day." The game, which was against Heworth Arlfk in the Yorkshire Men's League Division 5, was abandoned at halftime with teammates left in tears on the pitch. Both clubs were not aware of any knocks or injuries on the pitch which would have led Max to passing out, but confirmed it had been a hot day. Heworth Arlfk Club Secretary Ken Sykes said the incident was very rare. He said, "We played the first half of the game without any problems or incidents. At halftime, one of their players, who had been on the field but had come off at some point, started to feel unwell and subsequently passed out. It's very hot, of course, but there were 30 players running about. He hadn't taken any knocks or bangs as far as we were aware. It's one of those very rare things. It's not very nice when it happens, it's all very sad." A club statement from the club read, "Birkenshaw Rugby League Club are sorry to inform of the passing of 32-year-old Max Blakely. Max came off the pitch and later became poorly. Paramedics were called but were unable to revive him. His family have requested privacy at this difficult time, and the club will issue a further statement when appropriate. North Yorkshire police have said there are no suspicious circumstances involving the death, and a report is being put together for the coroner. A Yorkshire Ambulance Service spokeswoman said they were called at 3:29 p.m. and they sent 2 responders and an ambulance. We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News? Fancy updating your summer wardrobe but don't want to fork out the big bucks? Your chance might have arrived. Amazon's Pride Day Bonanza is here and includes lots of fashion steals for you to get your hands on. Here are some of the best deals. Off on your holidays and need some footwear that can hack a day of sightseeing? These trainers would look great paired with a summer dress or shorts and a top, and are thankfully a steal in the Prime Day sale. And if you don't fancy white, you can select from 3 other colors, which might be preferable if your day involves exploring the outdoors. These shoes are going top of our summer wish list. These cute sandals have been cut to under £20 and go with just about anything thanks to their tan color. The leather shoes include a gum rubber sole and a woven strap detail, which would look cute with a playsuit or maxi dress. Over 50% of Amazon users have rated the shoes excellent, so clearly shoppers are fans of the bargain steal. Wedding and summer party season is upon us, leaving many people scratching their heads and desperately hunting in the back of their wardrobe for an outfit. The Prime Day sale includes numerous dresses to keep you kitted out, and this floral dress is top of our list. It's a bodycon wonder, so will help to flatter any figure, so you feel as confident as you look. What's better than buying a collection of new dresses for your wardrobe? Getting one dress that you can wear in multiple ways that'll save you a fortune. This maxi wonder can be worn in 6 different styles, so that'll cover you for multiple events without breaking the bank. If you are anything like us, having jeans and a nice top will cover you for a surprisingly large amount of social events. These cute jeans have embroidered roses on the side, and we are desperate to get our hands on them. And thanks to them being high-waisted, they are extremely flattering for most figures. A year on from winning last year's Love Island, Amber Davies is back with a sizzling new swimwear collection. The 21-year-old is the new face and figure of Bluebella.com, which launches today as she proves she's still a natural at posing in sexy cozies. Single Amber, who won the ITV2 show alongside then-boyfriend Kempston, 22, says, "I'm so happy being single, I'm so busy I don't know where I'd fit a guy in. I can't even text my mum back, never mind text a guy back." And she hopes to pass the winner's crown to this year's Love Island contestants Donnie Dyer and Jack Fincham. "I think this year is brilliant. I'm rooting for Jack and Donnie to win." Her range is bright, colorful, and includes some serious. The US may be late to the soccer party, so late that we have a different name for it than the rest of the world, but we're certainly playing catch-up. A Gallup poll released earlier this year found that 7% of Americans pick soccer as their favorite sport to watch, making it the 4th most popular sport in the country, and growing numbers have it on track to overtake baseball as the 3rd most popular in the next few years. These aren't just casual fans, either. Some are willing to travel from all over the country to see a game, shelling out big bucks to catch their favorite international teams in action when they come over stateside for a match. The 7% of Americans who favor soccer above other sports may not seem large in number, when in many other countries football takes the #1 spot. But the sport is only beat out by American football, 37%, basketball, 11%, and baseball, 9%, and it's just 2 percentage points behind baseball, once considered as American as it gets. Hockey is at just 4%. What's more, 4 of the 5 top sports saw decreases in popularity from a similar poll 4 years earlier, and only soccer saw an increase of 3 percentage points. Clearly, soccer fandom in the US is growing, especially among younger fans. Of Americans age 18 to 34, 11% said soccer was their favorite, tying it with basketball and inching it ahead of baseball. The fandom is growing in spite of the fact that the US isn't exactly known for its world-class teams yet. Luckily, European football clubs are taking advantage of the growing popularity in the US. For the International Champions Cup presented by Heineken, teams are traveling stateside for matches in cities like Minneapolis. Next up, Tottenham vs Milan on 7/31, New York, Real Madrid vs Roma on 8/7, and Arlington, Texas, Barcelona vs Roma on 7/31. On Tuesday, Manchester City's longtime rivals Manchester United will face off against Spanish side Real Madrid at the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, where Man City bested FC Bayern Munich 3-2 over the weekend. American Man City fans certainly made the effort to be there, including several who aren't even from the Miami area. Chris Shea, 24, traveled all the way from Durango, Colorado with his girlfriend Jessica for the match, driving a whopping 2,287 miles, over 500 miles of which they had a dog in the car with them. We traveled from Durango down to Hobbs, New Mexico, which was a 9-hour drive, to drop off my dog so she would be safe, he told DailyMail.com. And then we drove from Hobbs all the way down to Miami, which was another 2,000 miles, almost. All in all, they spent about 35 hours in a car for the match, and splashed around $1,500 on the trip in tickets. Chris said he's been a Man City fan since he was 6, when he would play FIFA with his brother. He was always United, and I always picked City because they were blue and that was always my favorite color. And they always had a sick team. I just always liked them when I was little, he said. But while he's picked them for video games and bought 13 jerseys over the years, this was his first chance to actually see them in action. We've never seen them play. This was my ultimate dream, to see them play, he said. Keith Russell, who is originally from Flint, Michigan, didn't travel quite as far to see his team Man City win, though his travel arrangements were certainly unique. Keith, 52, currently lives on Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, where he works for the U.S. government. A huge Man City fan, he made special plans to be in Miami to see them play this weekend, flying over 500 miles to be there. I saw the match was going on, and I knew I had to come into Miami for something else, so I planned it for this week, he told DailyMail.com. I spent a lot of money. So far, I'm at about $2,000. Keith was first turned on to the team in the late '90s after becoming a fan of the band Oasis. They go hand in hand, So I started following the Premier League and I chose Man City as my team," he added. He's had several kits for years, but stocked up on even more merch at the game, including stuff for his daughter and son Nicholas, who was also a fan. This is also the first game ever for Keith, who said it was such a huge deal that he couldn't even sleep the night before. This is a shocking moment. An angry bull elephant attacked a rhino drinking at a pond in a South African national park. In the clip, filmed in Kruger National Park on June 30th, the elephant can be seen slowly approaching the rhino before the pair square up to each other for several seconds. The elephant then attacks the rhino with both its trunk and its horns before the camera pans away to show the group watching the attack. The group then moved the vehicle and shouted at the elephant to distract it to allow the endangered rhino to escape. After it pans back, the rhino can be seen running off into the distance as the elephant calmly walks on. The person who recorded the video said, "This bull elephant seemed incredibly irate to find another large animal at the water." The elephant bull aggressively confronted the rhino, and the rhino initially stood his ground. The angry elephant then decided to get physical and pushed the rhino onto its side. The rhino started squealing and screaming while the angry elephant relentlessly pushed and shoved the fallen rhino with its tusks. The extreme endangered classification of the rhinoceros prompted the guide to distract the elephant bull by moving the vehicle and shouting and whistling. The Anne of Green Gables reimagining from the streaming giant is anything but twee, and the second season will fill your heart with even more joy than the first outing. For those unfamiliar with Anne with an E, the show takes its cue from Canadian author Lucy Maud Montgomery's beloved 1908 novel, with Emmy-winning writer Moira Walley-Beckett serving as creator on the series. Not so much an adaptation, Anne with an E is set at the turn of the 20th century and takes the characters and themes from the books, but gives the whole thing a contemporary feel. Feminism and women's rights ran through the first season, all seen through the eyes of the resolutely optimistic young teenager. Season 1 was a surprisingly tough watch at times, with painful flashbacks to Anne Shirley Cuthbert's, played by Amy Beth McNulty, past involving child abuse and bullying. Rape was even touched upon, while not by name. It was subtly woven into the story through the euphemistic petting the mouse, as Anne recounted an incident involving her former employer and her husband. While the themes can be difficult and grown up for its young audience, it's done in such a way that it's never inappropriate or shoehorned in. As always, these moments of darkness were countered by Anne's joy de vivre and dogged determination to remain happy. Anne with an E Season 2 Netflix release date, cast, trailer, plotted was a careful line that Walley-Beckett managed to tread in Season 1, and is the reason why a story from 1908 is still relevant over a century later while keeping the drama within its PG-rated parameters. Despite the darkness, Season 2 feels much lighter, perhaps to reflect Anne's new life with the Cuthberts, and picks up a year after the last episode. There are flashbacks, but they feel much less traumatic than the gritty scenes of the debut run. Season 2 is expansive as multiple storylines are introduced, including Gilbert Blythe's Lucas J. Zuman travels. Fans will remember, the local teen heartthrob and Anne's school friend left the sweeping landscapes of Prince Edward Island after his father's death in a bid to see the world. The story strand is significant as Anne with an E boldly tackles racism through the introduction of its first Afro-Caribbean character in the form of Degrassi alumni Dalmar Abusitis Gilbert's friend and fellowship worker Sebastian. Through their friendship, Wally Beckett addresses slavery and racism head-on, and she's not afraid to address the prejudices that would have existed at the time. How to watch Anne with an E Season 2 online gender inequality, prejudice and class are again explored further as Anne strives to be treated by the same standards as her male peers, ripping up the rulebook that she has to live by and the expectations of society. There is enough for both the adults and the children in the audience without any detriment to the quality of the rich and vibrant storytelling. McNulty is once again fabulous as Anne. She portrays her boundless energy and enthusiasm so naturally. But she also reflects a difference in the character. Anne has moved on so much from where she was in Season 1, and she continues to do so in the second run, which is longer with 10 episodes instead of 7. In fact, all the young cast are great and you really invest in them, cheering them to succeed and fulfill their dreams from your sofa. They are definitely ones to watch out for in the future. Where is Anne with an E Season 2 filmed? Special mention goes to young star Ryan Kiera Armstrong as the mischievous Mary Mine May Berry, the younger sister of Diana Delilah Bella, who can have you in stitches or on the verge of tears. Anne with an E, which is a co-production between Netflix and Canadian broadcaster CBC, doesn't scrimp on the aesthetic either. This is a gorgeous-looking show with shots of the sheer beauty of Canada and Prince Edward Island. You'll be booking your tickets after Season 2, such is the appeal and portrayal of this part of technology. Stocks tumbled for the third day in a row Monday as a sharp reversal for some of Wall Street's recent favorites worsened. Major U.S. indexes skidded. Technology companies have done far better than the rest of the market in recent years, but they've fallen after Facebook and Twitter both reported weak user growth in the second quarter. Microsoft and Alphabet slumped Monday, and Facebook, Twitter and Netflix have all fallen at least 20% from their record highs earlier this month. Is the stock 20% less valuable, or was it misvalued to begin with? Said Mark Hackett, Chief of Investment Research at financial services firm Nationwide. Scroll down for video still. Hackett says a drop for high-flying technology companies could become a good thing for the market if investors focus on companies with steadier revenue and more cash, including software makers, banks and industrial firms. It would be nice to see a broadening of the strength, he said. Elsewhere, energy companies climbed along with the price of crude oil, but industrial companies like Caterpillar continue to lose ground. Meat producer Tyson became the latest company to cut its profit projections and point to tariffs. The S&P 500 lost 16.22 points, or 0.6%, at 2,802.60, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 144.23 points, or 0.6%, to 25,306.83. The Nasdaq Composite has more technology stocks among its ranks, and it fell 107.41 points, or 1.4%, to 7,630. The Nasdaq has fallen at least 1% for 3 days in a row, which hadn't happened in 3 years. Smaller companies fared as badly as larger ones. The Russell 2000 index slid 10.21 points, or 0.6%, to 1,653.13. Twitter dropped 8% to $31.38, extending its 20.5% plunge on Friday. Facebook fell another 2.2% to $171.06. Netflix, which reported weak subscriber growth in early July, fell 5.7% to $334.96. Hackett, of Nationwide, said that when investors value companies based on measurements like user growth and subscriptions instead of more traditional figures based on earnings, the stocks become vulnerable to big drops. Even with its recent tumble, the technology sector of the S&P 500 is up almost 26% over the last year. The S&P 500 itself is up a bit more than 13% over that time. Energy companies climbed as the price of benchmark U.S. oil spurted higher by 2.1% to $70.13 a barrel. Brent crude, the international standard, rose 0.9% to $74.97 a barrel in London. Wholesale gasoline lost 0.1% to $2.16 a gallon. Heating oil gained 0.7% to $2.17 a gallon. Natural gas rose 0.5% to $2.80 per 1,000 cubic feet. Caterpillar surpassed Wall Street expectations in the second quarter and raised its forecast for the year as the construction market remains strong. The company said new tariffs will cost it $100 million to $200 million this year, and it will make up for it by raising prices. That initially encouraged investors, but Caterpillar gave up an early gain and fell 2% to $139.75. Pork and poultry processor Tyson cut its profit forecast because of rising tariffs and uncertainty about trade policies. The stock sank 7.6% to $58.72. Monday. The Federal Reserve will begin a two-day meeting Tuesday. The Fed has said that it may raise rates 2 more times in 2018, but few economists expect a move at this upcoming meeting. The Bank of England is expected to raise its key interest rate by 0.25 percentage point on Thursday as inflation remains high. The Bank of Japan will also meet this week. The yield on the 10-year Treasury note rose to 2.97% from 2.96% late Friday. It's been climbing for the last couple of weeks and is close to breaching 3% for the first time since May. CBS stock plunged again as investors wondered if the broadcaster will replace longtime CEO Les Moonves soon. On Friday, a New Yorker article quoted 6 women accusing Moonves of sexual harassing them. CBS says Moonves will remain CEO while an outside counsel investigates the allegations against him. The company also postponed its annual shareholders meeting. Its stock lost 5.1% to $51.28 Monday after a 6.1% drop Friday. The U.S. jobs report is usually the most anticipated piece of economic data each month, and it arrives on Friday. Both the job market and economy have been strong recently, and economists expect Friday's report to show that employers added 193,000 jobs in July. That would be a slight slowdown from June's growth of 213,000. Gold slipped 0.1% to $1,231.50 an ounce. Silver rose 0.3% to $15.50. An airstrike on one of the last holdouts of ISIS in Syria has killed 54 people, more than half of them civilians. The US-led coalition fighting the jihadists said it or its allies may have carried out air raids in the area, and it was investigating the alleged civilian deaths. The raid late on Thursday on an ice factory near the village of Al-Sawsa close to the Iraqi border killed 28 civilians and 26 as jihadists, the Britain-based Syrian Observatory for Human Rights said. It was not immediately clear if the raid on the eastern Deir Ezzor province was carried out by an Iraqi plane or the coalition, the Monitor said. In a written statement, the US-led alliance said, "The coalition or our partner forces may have conducted strikes in the vicinity of Al-Sawsa and Bawar-Fakani on Thursday. We are forwarding the report to our civilian casualties cell for further assessment on this allegation," it said. Iraqi warplanes have recently carried out strikes against ISIS in eastern Syria, while coalition aircraft have been supporting Kurdish-led fighters battling the jihadists. The ISIS fighters were Syrians and Iraqis, the observatory said. State news agency SANA reported the strike late on Thursday, saying more than 30 civilians were killed and accusing the coalition of carrying it out. ISIS fighters swept across Syria and Iraq in 2014, declaring a cross-border caliphate in areas they controlled. They have since lost most of that territory to various offensives, but still retain pockets of land in Syria including in the country's vast Badr Desert and in Deir Ezzor. ISIS fighters have faced two separate offensives in Deir Ezzor on either side of the Euphrates River that cuts through the province. Russia-backed regime forces have pushed back the jihadists on the western side of the Euphrates, while the US-backed Syrian Democratic Forces have battled them to its east. Al-Sawsa lies to the east of the Euphrates River, in a pocket of territory still held by the jihadists. ISIS fighters have been expelled from most urban centers in Syria, but analysts say they have retained their ability to pounce from the desert. Last month, an ISIS incursion into the town of Abu Kamil on the west of the Euphrates left dozens of pro-regime fighters dead. Attacks spiked after the jihadists were evacuated from their last bastion outside Damascus in May, many heading to the Badr Desert, the observatory said. The terror group also has a presence in the northwestern province of Idlib, as well as in the southwestern province of Daraa, where it has been battling opposition fighters in recent days. The government and rebels last week announced a ceasefire agreement as the regime moves to retake control of the whole of the province, but ISIS is excluded from that deal. The jihadists hold a corner of territory in Daraa on the border with Jordan and the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights. This week, they seized the nearby village of Heat from. Yesterday's action saw sky-high profits in the auction room, but today's antiques road trip was noticeably different. Today, Paul and Margie headed to auction in Shrewsbury for the final time this week. With this installment marking the last one with these experts, it seems there was plenty at stake. Margie and Paul pulled out all the stops, spending more money than they maybe would have on previous days. Alas, it didn't pay back, as it became clear they didn't have the right auction for their items. The pair sadly both made a loss, but it was Margie who suffered the greatest. As her final item came in with a £40 loss, she couldn't hold in her emotions. Margie could be heard sighing before exclaiming, Flipping heck. As the thrilling week came to an end, it was Paul who reigned victorious with a whopping total of £592 and 64 pence. And poor Margie lost after managing to get a respectable £336 and 12 pence. Yesterday, Paul and Margie abandoned the show following their sky-high profits. The pair went from Chesterfield to Leicester in a bid to find some bargains. They certainly spent up, and managed to leave with a wide variety of antiques. And when they got to the auction house, they found huge success. Each performed well in Leicester as they managed to gain profits on almost every item. Paul joked about their success, saying, "Let's throw the profits on a day's outing." But one Antiques Roadshow guest had brought in a manuscript to be valued, but Richard Price was surprised at the conditions it had been kept in. The member of the public explained the diary had been given to her father 40 years ago and had been kept in her mother's attic. She said, "We believe that it is a transcript of the diary written by one of the Shackleton expedition crew members aboard the Endurance. That was a famous expedition that got stuck in the ice, and then the crew members survived on the ice for a number of months, and then they made a journey in the lifeboats to Elephant Island and Shackleton, and 5 others sailed to South Georgia as a rescue party, and they got a ship to come and get the other men off. So all the men actually survived the expedition, which was incredible." Richard gushed. "It's a phenomenal tale." Although it wasn't verified as to who the author of the text was, so Richard urged the guest to get an expert to look at it. When it came to the valuation, Richard said, "I'm just going to say off the top of my head, £30,000. The guest was delighted and clearly surprised by the astronomical figure, but Richard had more to say. Despite the contributor saying she had gone to some lengths a few years ago to protect the document, he still had a warning to issue. "I don't want it back under your bed or wherever it was before," he stated. "It was under Mum's TV," the contributor explained. Richard replied, "Under the TV? Getting warm. Look after it. You must go to Cambridge to let the real people work on it." Those watching at home took to Twitter to comment on the estimation. "I'd enjoy selling it for 30 grand # Antique Roadshow," one wrote. Another added, £30,000 for a diary? Well, it was from #Endeavour Antique Roadshow. "I'd enjoy selling it for 30 grand # Antique Roadshow," a third added. A fourth said, #Antique Roadshow £30,000. A British woman who was scheduled to visit Australia this week for the screening of her controversial anti-vaccination documentary has been denied entrance into the country. Filmmaker Joan Shenton was scheduled to be in Australia this week, but had to miss her flight because of not having been issued the visa on time. Miss Shenton was informed by the Department of Home Affairs last week that her visa application was being manually assessed, Leader reports. She was expected to begin touring to support her documentary Sacrificial Virgins, which is skeptical of evidence that proves the HPV virus causes cervical cancer. The tour, organized by Australian Vaccination Risks Network, involves screening the documentary in 7 places across Australia. The network's president, Tasha David, confirmed with Leader that the anti-vaxxer may not have been allowed to enter the country, but will be present virtually at the venues. It is an affront to Australian families if our government is refusing Joan Shenton a visa just because her film challenges government policy with some inconvenient scientific facts, she said. She will be appearing live by a video link. Sacrificial Virgins, a film that aims to end the national immunization program, is based on the controversies surrounding the HPV vaccination program and Gardasil, the celebrated cervical cancer vaccine. The filmmaker claims Gardasil has possible links to extensive neurological damage which can result in paralysis, and in some cases even death. Professor Ian Fraser, the main force that helped make Gardasil possible, has slammed the film and called it fake news. He told Leader that such dissemination of knowledge can harm the community and may cause loss of life as parents may want to avoid vaccinating their children. The film will be screened in Melbourne on August. Archaeologists have unearthed evidence of the earliest evidence of bread making, taking place 14,400 years ago in Jordan. The loaves of bread were made some 4,000 years before early humans started to grow and farm wheat, experts claim. Scientific analysis revealed microscopic charred remains discovered in a fire pit were made using a blend of cereals that had been harvested, processed and cooked in the same fashion as modern baking. Researchers believe the Natufian culture may have literally sowed the seeds for the Neolithic farming revolution almost 5,000 years before it began in the Near East. The time-consuming production of these first loaves may have been one of the key driving forces behind the later agricultural revolution, researchers now believe. Scroll down for video. The findings were made at Shabaka 1, which is located roughly 90 miles (150 kilometers) northeast of Amman, in Jordan. The archaeological site has seen excavations and analysis by a University of Copenhagen-led team from 2012 to the present day. Along with colleagues from University College London (UCL) and University of Cambridge, the team gathered 24 charred food remains from fire pits found at the location. The remains were analyzed with electronic microscopy at UCL, which revealed the early loaf, a kind of flatbread, was made with barley, einkorn and oat that was ground, sieved and kneaded before baking. Professor Dorian Fuller from the UCL Institute of Archaeology said, "Bread involves labor-intensive processing which includes dusking, grinding of cereals and kneading and baking. That it was produced before farming methods suggests it was seen as special, and the desire to make more of this special food probably contributed to the decision to begin to cultivate cereals." Lead author Amaya Ronzo-Tagui from the University of Copenhagen added, "The presence of hundreds of charred food remains in the fireplaces from Shabaka 1 is an exceptional find, and it has given us the chance to characterize 14,000-year-old food practices. The remains are very similar to unleavened flatbreads identified at several Neolithic and Roman sites in Europe and Turkey. So we now know that bread-like products were produced long before the development of farming. Around 14,500 years ago, hunter-gatherers from the Natufian culture began putting down roots en masse in the ancient Near East. In December, archaeologists announced they had uncovered evidence indicating farming and house building among the group was more widespread than previously believed. The society had been thought to be centered in modern Israel in its early years, but new findings suggest groups sprang up almost simultaneously across the region. The mass domestication of Neolithic founder crops, like wheat and barley, is believed to have begun almost 5,000 years later, and the Natufian culture may have literally sown the seeds for this revolution to take place. Archaeologist Tobias Richter, who led the excavations, added, Natufian hunter-gatherers are of particular interest to us because they lived through a transitional period when people became more sedentary and their diet began to change. Flint sickle blades as well as ground stone tools found at Natufian sites in the Levant have long led archaeologists to suspect that people had begun to exploit plants in a different and perhaps more effective way. But the flatbread found at Shabaka 1 is the earliest evidence of bread making recovered so far, and it shows that baking was invented before we had plant cultivation. Indeed, it may be that the early and extremely time-consuming production of bread based on wild cereals may have been one of the key driving forces behind the later agricultural revolution, where wild cereals were cultivated to provide more convenient sources of food. The hunter-gatherers of the Natufian culture, which flourished in modern-day Israel, Jordan, Lebanon and Syria between 14,500 and 11,500 years ago, were some of the first people to build permanent homes and tend to crops. These innovations were crucial for the subsequent emergence of agriculture during the Neolithic era. Previous research had suggested the center of this culture was the Mount Carmel and Galilee region, and that it spread from here to other parts of the region. However, more recent research has challenged this core region theory, with excavations uncovering a well-preserved Natufian site, where they uncovered a large collection of charred plant remains. Dating of the finds suggests the culture was more widespread much earlier than previously thought. Dr. Tobias Richter, who led the dig, said, "We dated more than 20 samples from different layers of the site, making it one of the best and most accurately dated Natufian sites anywhere. The dates show, among other things, that the site was first settled not long after the earliest dates obtained for northern Israel, around 14,600 years ago. This shows us that the Natufian either expanded very rapidly, which we think is unlikely, or that it emerged more or less simultaneously in different parts of the region." The early date of Shabaka 1 also shows that Natufian hunter-gatherers were more versatile than previously thought. Dating was carried out by Professor Elisabetta Boaretto at the Weizmann Institute of Science using accelerator mass spectrometry, or EMS. Using a specially designed mass spectrometer, the team was able to reveal the amount of carbon-14 in a sample down to the single atom. Based on the half-life of the radioactive atoms, the dating is accurate to around 50 years. For the analysis of the specimen from Shabaka, the team was able to select only short-lived plant species or short-lived plant parts, such as seeds or twigs, to obtain the dates, ensuring the highest possible accuracy. Professor Boaretto says that the core area theory may have come about, in part, because the Mount Carmel sites have been the best preserved and studied, until now. In addition to calling into question the idea of the Natufian beginning in one settlement and spreading outwards, the study suggests that the hunter-gatherers who lived 12,000 to 15,000 years ago were ingenious and resourceful. They learned to make use of numerous plants and animals wherever they were, and to tend them in a way that led to early settlement. The authors say that this supports a view in which there were many pathways to agriculture and the Neolithic way of life was a highly variable and complex process that cannot be explained on the basis of single cause models. Dr. Richter added, past research had linked the emergence of the Natufian to the rich habitat of the Mediterranean woodland zone. But the early dates from Shabaka show that these late Pleistocene hunter-gatherers were also able to live quite comfortably in more open parkland steppe zones further east. Some of their subsistence appears to have relied heavily on the exploitation of club-rush tubers, as well as other wild plants. They also hunted birds, gazelle and other animals. The full findings of the study were published in the journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Science. All dates are rough estimates. 55 million years ago, first primitive primates evolved. 15 million years ago, Hominidae, great apes, evolved from the ancestors of the gibbon. 8 million years ago, first gorillas evolved. Later, chimp and human lineages diverged. 5.5 million years ago, Ardipithecus, early proto-human, shares traits with chimps and gorillas. 4 million years ago, ape-like early humans, the Australopithecines, appeared. They had brains no larger than a chimpanzee's but other more human-like features. 3.9–2.9 million years ago, Australopithecus afarensis lived in Africa. A Japanese company is using the armpits of attractive young women to sell ads. Wakino Ad Company, Waki, meaning armpit in Japanese, have found the hottest if not most bizarre advertising space to rent out to clients. Prices for 1 hour's worth of exposure. A color armpit ad measuring just a few inches starts around 10,000 yen, £68 and 60 pence. To judge reported beauty treatment center Seishin Bio Clinic has already hired the service to use models' armpits. Ironically, the dermatology chain is promoting a painless underarm hair removal product. Wakino are currently recruiting for models, men and women, as well as accepting applications on the National Waki Beauty Contest, which will determine who has the best-looking armpits in the land of the rising sun. Contestants are asked to provide links to their social media pages to be used as another platform to promote business. The company is owned by beauty firm Liberta, which also markets cream to improve the appearance of armpits. This isn't the first time, though. The unusual method of anatomy marketing has been adopted in Japan. In 2013, the thighs of girls were used to promote Green Day's album, Uno, a strategy involving the band and PR company Absolute Territory. The campaign used girls aged 18 and a California gallery owner tricked into thinking she was looking at portraits painted with feces during Sacha Baron Cohen's new show is now selling one of the artworks for $1 million after he mailed it to her. Christy Cones, who works at Coast Gallery in Laguna Beach, sat down for an interview with Cohen in disguise as Rick Sherman, a recently released convict. As part of the sketch, Rick attempts to sell her paintings that he completed while behind bars, before revealing they were made with his own feces and semen. At one point he even goes to the bathroom to do a fresh sketch, before re-emerging with a portrait of Cones painted with thick brown strokes on wet paper. After the episode featuring Cones aired last week, she received a package from Rick containing her portrait. Cones even uploaded footage of herself unwrapping the gift to YouTube. Well, she says after taking the packaging off, there's a familiar face. Looks like my original. Thanks, Mr. Sherman. Thanks for opening everybody's eyes to what art can be. Cones is now selling the painting for $1 million, according to TMZ, which also published a letter Rick sent to her. In it, he claims to be back in prison again and painting on his cell walls, before saying he found the painting, dubbed Catharsis on Christie, in his bag when he got home. "It's been bothering me, so I wanted to return it. Please accept my gift of Catharsis on Christie. It comes from the bottom of my heart, or should I say the heart of my bottom," he wrote. As part of the same episode, Christie was also duped into cutting off some of her public hairs and giving them to Rick to make a special paintbrush out of. That stunt has led to an unhappy trend of people mailing hair from their own private areas to her, TMZ reports. However, on the plus side, there has been an uptick in visitors to the gallery since the episode aired. While Christie is not convinced the paintings were actually made from feces, she told Vulture that whatever Cohen did, you smelled convincing. "When I went in the bathroom afterward, it smelled really bad," she said. "I was afraid to touch anything because I'm a bit of a hypochondriac. When he brought that painting out to show me, I was like, you." Of course they didn't show that part. Cohen has managed to dupe several well-known political figures including Dick Cheney and Bernie Sanders into doing interview for the show. GOP lawmaker Jason Spencer was also forced to resign after Cohen duped him into shouting the N-word and dropping his trousers during a segment. Sarah Palin is also another prominent target of Cohen's, though the episode featuring the former Alaska governor has yet to air. Palin has lashed out at, "I've been very fortunate in my career," admits James, 53. "I've been working since 1988, since I left drama school. That makes me feel old. Where does the time go? I've been blessed in terms of being brought up in a loving family in the free world, but I also work very hard and I don't take my luck for granted." Now in its third series, Lucky Man, based on the comic books by Stan Lee, tells the story of Murder Squad detective and gambling addict Harry Clayton, who finds a bracelet that gives him the power to control his own luck. The show has been a cult hit and remarkably, despite all the hits he has appeared in over the years, James is recognized by fans for Lucky Man almost more than anything else. He has been mobbed at Comic-Con festivals and is constantly asked if he's wearing the bracelet. "The fans are all ages," he says. "People come up on a daily basis. Even Kenny Dalglish asked if I was wearing the bracelet when I met him. I think it appeals to people, the notion of something that controls their destiny. I think from a very early age we understand the concept, and at least at some point in your life you're going to say, 'God, if only I could have some control over my destiny.'" In this latest series, Harry goes to Hong Kong to find Eve Sienna Guillory, who is on the run after being implicated in a murder. While he's out there, he finds himself up against a new adversary, Samuel Blake, played by Rupert Penry-Jones, who wants to destroy the bracelets that both Harry and Eve own. James explains, the opening shot is Harry in the most terrible state in Hong Kong, running from everyone, bleeding, terrible, completely isolated. Then we flash back and we start to chart what was happened to him and why it's all gone so badly wrong. Blake is a fabulous baddie in this. He wants to destroy the bracelets because of something that happened in his childhood. The more Harry deals with Blake, the more the bracelet works against him. James, who is also executive producer this series, thinks they have made the best episodes yet. This time round is more heightened, more comic book, very dark and funnier. To take him back to the source of the bracelets and the mythology of it, I think is really interesting. For newcomer Rupert, the role was pure joy. Having often played suave barristers and spies, he relished the chance to play a real baddie for the first time. As Blake gets closer and closer to the bracelet, he becomes increasingly psychotic and blinkered about what he has to do, he explains. Even if it's going to mean destroying half of London, it doesn't matter to him. The only thing that matters is destroying that bracelet. I'm playing him as a nice, charming and friendly guy. He uses charm to get what he wants, because there's nothing scarier than somebody cutting your hand off and smiling, saying, "Don't worry, it's just something I have to do." Surprisingly, Rupert and James have never acted together before but instantly hit it off on set in Hong Kong. They spent their spare time swapping fitness tips and preparing for big fight sequences, but they did manage to have fun too. "We've had a bit of a bromance," admits James. "I suppose we've been in the business for a long time and so there were no..." With the heat wave in full force, we're struggling to think of fluffy anything right now, never mind furry heels. But despite the high temperatures, ASOS are now selling fluffy Ugg-heeled sandals, and we don't know to feel. Not so long ago, we told you about Ugg's fluffy sliders. Available in pink, black, orange and gray, some fans weren't convinced, while others couldn't wait to get their hands on a pair. And while ASOS has started stocking those too, they've now introduced a heeled sandal version in pink. With 3 faux fur straps and a zip fastening back, we can't deny that the heels actually look mega comfy. Priced at £120, they're certainly a statement buy, and we can't help but daydream about a pair of heels that probably wouldn't hurt our feet. ASOS's new Ugg selection doesn't stop there. They're also selling fluffy Ugg mules too, which are possibly even more extra than the heels. The slip-on design features peep-toe detail and an open back. They've also got a fluffy block heel, and although cute, we can't imagine they'd be very practical in the rain. Priced at £155, the mules are more expensive than the heeled sandals and the fluffy sliders. Which design do you prefer? Earlier this week, we revealed the top 5 fashion looks inspired by the new Mamma Mia film, Here We Go Again. We also told you about scrunch swimming costumes, loved by Holly Willoughby. And we showed you Pretty Little Things. The heat wave will be back in full force this weekend, and although the soaring temperatures certainly have a lot of perks, they do come with some disadvantages. One huge downfall is having to endure chub rub, the painful red chafing rash caused by walking in the heat. And now, ASOS has released a pair of jeans which have misery written all over them. Every chub rub sufferer's worst nightmare. The black denim jeans feature cutouts in all the wrong places, the inner and outer thighs. We can almost feel the excruciating burn just looking at them. Currently on sale for £17.50, the jeans were posted on Instagram account at @asbos_sos, captioned, "In this hot weather make sure you cut holes in all our trousers to enjoy maximum chub rub." And customers have been quick to voice their opinions on the terrifying design. One Instagram user said, "Clearly made for people with no chub rub, how rude," while another commented, "Oh my gosh, haha, these pants though, what were they thinking?" One user even admitted, "My poor inner thighs are crying looking at this." Sadly, even anti-chafing bands wouldn't help with these jeans. The only option? Anti-chafing gel, but even the best products would have their work cut out. Earlier this week, we told you all about the £39.50 million NS jumpsuit that's already sold out twice. We also revealed why Meghan Markle has. This is the astonishing moment. Around 50 migrants land on a packed beach and sprint up the sand as stunned tourists look on. Footage taken by holidaymakers and posted on Twitter showed the Africans jumping off their rickety wooden boat as it reaches the shoreline as a father on the beach moves his children out of the way and two men interrupt a game of beach tennis. Other tourists strolling along the water's edge as the cramped vessel reaches dry land can be seen breaking into a run to join crowds milling around a woman migrant who was injured in the mass arrival and is laid on her back on the sand. The extraordinary scenes occurred at midday on Saturday at a beach in Zahora in the province of Cadiz, near to the headland of Cape Trafalgar, close to where Horatio Nelson defeated Napoleon's combined Spanish and French fleet. Scroll down for video. It happened a day after dozens of migrants were filmed storming a beach in Tarifa further east, but at 1 p.m. and on a beach which at the time was much busier with tourists and locals than the one in Tarifa. Witnesses told how many of the migrants ended up asking beachgoers for food and water after distancing themselves from the boat they had arrived on, known as a patera in Spanish. Lorenzo Amor, president of Spain's National Federation of Self-Employed Workers, who was on the beach at the time, tweeted, "Arrival of a new patera on the coast of Cadiz. Right now at Zahora Beach next to the Trafalgar Lighthouse. The people inside the boat asking sunbathers who are on the beach for food. Only one of the migrants, the woman filmed lying on the sand, needed medical attention. She is said to have hurt her arm, although not seriously. The whereabouts of the others seen racing away from the boat was not immediately clear on Sunday. The incident came on a day in which Coast Guard said they had rescued 284 people in more than a dozen boats in the Straits of Gibraltar, the point where the distance between Spain and Gibraltar narrows to just over 9 miles. Officials in Andalusia said a sports hall in Los Barrios near to the southern port of Algeciras, with space for 800 migrants, had been set aside. Algeciras Town Hall said it was making water available to them and local supermarkets were providing milk, juice and biscuits. The intergovernmental organization International Organization for Migration said the number of migrants and refugees reaching Spain through the increasingly popular Western Mediterranean route could soon exceed last year's figure for the whole of last year. Spain has overtaken Italy as the preferred destination for migrant arrivals in Europe this year after Italy's new hardline Interior Minister Matteo Salvini introduced a blanket ban on migrant boats entering the country's ports. The number of migrants and refugees using the Western Mediterranean route to reach Spain stands at 20,992 between January 1 and July 25 according to the IOM, close to the 22,108 people who used it during the whole of last year. José Ignacio Landaluz, mayor of Algeciras, where many of the new arrivals come ashore, said last week his city risked becoming the new Lampedusa, the Italian island which has been overrun with migrants. Spain's Interior Minister Fernando Grande Marlaska has tried to play down fears of collapse by insisting during a visit to the area on Saturday that the situation was exceptional, but under control, and calling on a European solution for a European problem. Illegal migrants seeking to enter Europe use various long and perilous routes that are evolving as authorities attempt to stem the flow of new arrivals. Here is an overview of how people are reaching the continent. How do migrants reach Europe? Most arrive by crossing the Mediterranean, according to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, with 172,000 entering through Greece, Italy and Spain last year. The number of arrivals is down sharply from the peak in 2015, when 1.02 million entered Europe via the Mediterranean. Since the start of this year there have been 44,370 arrivals. That is far below the 48,000 who entered Greece over just 5 days in October 2015. What are the routes across the Mediterranean? Most of the crossings last year were from Libya or Tunisia into Italy, known as the Central Mediterranean route, says the EU's Frontex border agency. It was used by 118,962 people, mostly Nigerians, Guineans and Ivorians. But arrivals via this route have plunged 75% since a controversial July 2017 deal between Rome and the Libyan Coast Guard. Crossings have also dropped sharply from Turkey to Greece, the Eastern Mediterranean route. After close to 900,000 migrants in 2015, Frontex recorded only 42,000 last year, essentially Afghans, Iraqis and Syrians. The decline came after a 2016 deal between the EU and Turkey in which Ankara agreed to take back illegal migrants landing on Greek islands in exchange for billions of euros in aid and other incentives. More recently there has been a sharp increase in the use of a route between Morocco and Spain. Nearly abandoned until 2000, this Western Mediterranean route saw 23,000 crossings last year, mostly of Algerians, Ivorians and Moroccans. Since the start of 2018, 17,522 people have entered Europe via Spain, compared to 16,452 via Italy and 13,120 via Greece, the UNHCR says. The renewed popularity of the route is straining Spain's law enforcement response and its social safety networks. Of the 972 who lost their lives at sea trying to make the crossing to Europe, nearly a third, 292, died trying to reach Spain. Other ways into Europe. The main secondary route into the EU is through the Western Balkans into Eastern Europe. Around 12,000 people entered this way last year, most of them Afghans, Iraqis and Pakistanis, a sharp reduction from the 760,000 in 2015. But this path joins up with one used by migrants who have already passed through Turkey and Greece, meaning the actual numbers of new arrivals don't always add up. Routes into Europe are constantly evolving. According to the French embassy in Slovenia, a new one is developing from Greece through Albania, Croatia and Slovenia, with nearly 1,800 crossings between January and May this year. An Arctic route was briefly in operation 2015 when about 100 migrants crossed a day from Russia into Norway on bicycle. Getting through Africa. There are also several routes from African countries to departure points on the Mediterranean, some involving a dangerous crossing of the Sahara Desert. A Somali leaving from Mogadishu, for example, could travel via Addis Ababa, Khartoum, Cairo and then Tripoli, ahead of the sea crossing to Europe. An Ivorian leaving from Abidjan might pass via Ouagadougou, Niamey and Agadez, Niger's renowned gateway to the Sahara, to reach Libya. The high human toll, the UNHCR says it has registered 16,600. From a gold-plated toilet to a king-sized bed and even a gym, these astonishing pictures show the lavish interior of one of Vladimir Putin's private jets. The Russian president's aircraft touched down in the Finnish capital, Helsinki, yesterday ahead of his historic meeting with Donald Trump. And Putin will have traveled from the Kremlin to the summit in style on board one of his £390 million Illinois 96-300 PU planes. The aircraft is a wide-bodied, long-haul airliner that is easily distinguishable from the passenger model by its extended fuselage. While the exterior of the aircraft looks largely the same as the basic model, the cabin is lavishly decorated with tapestries and gold accents. The furniture and interior decor are finished in the neoclassical style and the planes are equipped with a spacious office and a huge conference table with a gold trim that is surrounded by cream leather seats. The aircraft was constructed by Voronezh's airline company and has a special coating that makes it less visible to radar. The Russian government has also installed an advanced communication system on board that allows the aircraft to act as a management center capable of carrying out the prompt commandment of troops in case of unexpected conflict. Putin has 4 identical private jets, and they are all ready for departure as soon as knowledge of an international flight is public, with 3 acting as decoys. The specific plane to be used by Putin is not known until takeoff. After the choice is made, either one or all 3 of the remaining planes follow the president as backup. And he can call upon 68 fighter jets from the special Russian aerospace forces to repel. At least 19 migrants have died and 30 are missing after a boat carrying about 160 people sank off the coast of northern Cyprus. More than 100 have been rescued by Turkish and Cypriot coast guards helped by commercial boats in the area, 30 miles off the Karpas Peninsula of Cyprus. A Panama-flagged commercial ship spotted the migrant boat some 25 nautical miles from Turkey's southern province of Antalya and alerted the Coast Guard on Wednesday morning, the statement said. Pictures have emerged showing Coast Guard vessels and helicopters during the search operation. A Turkish Cypriot official said 19 people had drowned and 105 have been rescued from a boat that capsized. The official said one seriously injured person was being treated in a hospital on Cyprus. Survivors were airlifted by Turkish helicopters to Mersin, Turkey. The official said authorities believe that an estimated 147-150 people were aboard the boat. Turkey's DHA news agency said that the refugees were Syrians seeking to go to Europe, but this had yet to be confirmed. Cyprus, some 100 miles from Syria's coast, has not seen the massive inflow of migrants experienced by Turkey, Greece and Italy, although asylum applications have risen sharply. The island has been divided since 1974 when Turkish troops invaded and occupied the northern third of the island in response to a Greek military junta-sponsored coup. In 2015, Turkey became one of the main launch points for the dangerous sea leg for more than 1 million migrants seeking to reach the European Union, many fleeing conflict and poverty in the Middle East and Africa. A 2016 deal between Turkey and the European Union sharply reduced the flow of refugees into the bloc, after thousands died crossing from Turkey to Greek islands a few miles offshore. From January to May this year, at least 26 migrants died trying to cross to Europe from Turkey, according to Coast Guard statistics. Mediterranean arrivals to the bloc, including refugees making the longer and more perilous crossing from North Africa to Italy, stood at 172,301 in 2000. At least 28 people have been killed and 35 wounded in a suicide attack near a polling station in the southwestern Pakistani city of Quetta as millions vote in a nationwide election today. The bomber was trying to enter the polling station. When police tried to stop him, he blew himself up. A local administration official in Quetta, Hashim Gilzai, told AFP. The incident and toll were confirmed by a second senior local official. Polls opened today in a tense, unpredictable Pakistani election that could be former World Cup cricketer Imran Khan's best shot at power, after a campaign marred by allegations of military interference and a series of deadly attacks. The vote is meant to be a rare democratic transition of power in the nuclear-armed country which has been ruled by the powerful military for roughly half its history. But it has been dubbed Pakistan's dirtiest election due to widespread accusations of pre-poll rigging by the armed forces, with Khan believed to be the beneficiary. The contest has largely boiled down to a two-way race between Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf (TIE) and the incumbent Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz (PMLN) of ousted Premier Nawaz Sharif, whose brother Shahbaz is leading the campaign. The first voter to enter a polling station in the eastern city of Lahore was a woman, business executive Maryam Arif, who told AFP she planned to vote for the PMLN as it has served Pakistan. She was followed shortly after by Shahbaz Sharif, who called on Pakistanis to get out of their homes and change the fate of Pakistan before casting his own vote and flashing a victory sign. Up to 800,000 police and military forces have been stationed at more than 85,000 polling stations across the country, with concerns for security after a string of bloody militant attacks in the final weeks of the campaign that have killed more than 180 people, including 3 candidates. Early Wednesday, one policeman was killed and 3 wounded in a hand grenade attack on a polling station in southwestern Balochistan, Pakistan's poorest and most restive province, local police there told AFP. No group has yet claimed the attack, but Balochistan suffers from Islamist and separatist insurgencies and was the scene of several campaign bombings, including a devastating attack claimed by the Islamic State group which killed 153 people this month. Security fears did not appear to deter Arif, the first voter at the polling station in Lahore, who told AFP that the law and order situation is fine here. Heavy contingents of police and military could be seen ahead of polls opening. In Bani Gala, a suburb of the capital Islamabad, media massed outside the polling station where Khan is due to cast his vote. Khan is campaigning on populist promises to build a new Pakistan, vowing to eradicate corruption, clean up the environment, and construct an Islamic welfare state. But the erstwhile Playboy's campaign has been dogged by widespread accusations he is benefiting from the support of the country's powerful security establishment, with the media, activists and think tanks decrying a silent coup by the generals. The military has rejected the accusations, saying it has no direct role in the electoral process. Election authorities have granted military officers broad powers inside polling centers that have further stirred fears of possible manipulation. Khan has also raised eyebrows in recent weeks by increasingly catered to hardline religious groups, particularly over the inflammatory issue of blasphemy, sparking fears a win for Thai could embolden Islamist extremists. The PMLN, on the other hand, says it is the target of the alleged military machinations, with candidates under pressure, and Nawaz Sharif ousted from power last year and jailed over a corruption conviction days before the vote, removing Khan's most dangerous foe from the race. Our predictions are very murky right now, Bilal Gilani, executive director of pollster Gallup Pakistan, told AFP on Tuesday. More than 19 million new voters, including millions of women and young people, may prove decisive in the close race. Gilani said many remain undecided. It's still up for grabs. The campaign season has also been marred by the expansion of far-right religious parties, as well as the attacks, which have fueled concerns that Pakistan may be losing ground on hard-fought security gains in recent years. Pakistanis are voting in the third consecutive general elections to take place without political upheaval, a crisis or a military intervention. A timeline of major political and other events in Pakistan's history, Aug. 14, 1947, Pakistan emerges as a sovereign state after getting independence when the departing British left India and split the subcontinent. Sept. 11, 1948, Pakistan's founder Muhammad Ali Jinnah dies. Oct. 16, 1951, Pakistan first Prime Minister, Liaquat Ali Khan, is assassinated in a gun attack at a rally in the city of Rawalpindi, triggering political instability. Oct. 7, 1958, President Iskandar Mirza abolishes the constitution and declares martial law. General Muhammad Ayub Khan, then army chief, becomes administrator. Oct. 27, 1958, Ayub forces the president to step down. Mirza is sent to exile in Britain where he later dies. Ayub declared himself president. March 25, 1969, after months of rioting in West and East Pakistan, Khan hands over power to Army Chief General Aga Muhammad Yahya Khan. Dec. 7, 1970, East Pakistan-based Awami League wins general elections. Yahya Khan delays transfer of power, triggering widespread rioting in East Pakistan. Civil war breaks out. Dec. 16, 1971, Pakistan troops surrender in East Pakistan after Indian armed intervention and the Civil War. East Pakistan becomes independent Bangladesh. Dec. 20, 1971, Yahya Khan resigns, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto becomes president. A parliamentary system of government is adopted and Bhutto becomes prime minister. July 5, 1977, Army Chief General Zia-ul Haq seizes power. April 4, 1979, Bhutto is hanged after the Supreme Court upholds death sentence on charges of conspiracy to murder and General Zia rejects a mercy petition. Bhutto's daughter, Benazir Bhutto, takes up her father's legacy. Aug. 17, 1988, General Zia dies in a mysterious plane crash. Nov. 16. 1988, Benazir Bhutto becomes Pakistan's first woman Prime Minister. Aug. 6. 1990, Benazir Bhutto's government is dismissed amid charges of corruption and mismanagement. Oct. 24. 1990, parliamentary elections are held and Nawaz Sharif becomes Prime Minister. April 19, 1993, President Ghulam Ishaq Khan dismisses Sharif government on corruption charges, but the Supreme Court reinstates Sharif. Sharif and Khan fail to reconcile and end conflict, so the then Army Chief General Wahid Khakar forces both to resign. Oct. 6, 1993, Bhutto is voted back into power after mass demonstrations lead to the early dismissal of her 1990 successor, Sharif. Nov. 5, 1996, Bhutto's government is again dismissed amid renewed charges of corruption and incompetence raised by her party's leader, Farooq Laghari. Feb. 3, 1997, elections bring Sharif back to power. Bhutto goes into self-exile to avoid prosecution on corruption allegations. Oct. 12, 1999, Army Chief General Pervez Musharraf ousts Sharif's government in a bloodless coup after Sharif fails in his attempt to sack the army chief. Sharif is sent into exile after a court convicts him of conspiracy against Musharraf. Oct. 10, 2002, elections are held under Musharraf and pro-Musharraf parties form government. Zafarullah Jamali becomes Prime Minister on November 21, 2002. Aug. 23, 2004, Shaukat Aziz became 23rd Prime Minister after Jamali resigns over differences with Musharraf. Oct. 5, 2007, Musharraf issues a controversial national reconciliation law after striking a deal with Bhutto that paves way for elections later in the year and the return home of both Bhutto and Sharif. Nov. 3, 2007, Musharraf imposes state of emergency, sacks top judiciary officials to preempt a court verdict against his presidency. Dec. 27, 2007, Bhutto is assassinated in a gun and bomb attack after addressing an election rally in Rawalpindi. Feb. 18, 2008, elections are held and Bhutto's Pakistan People's Party emerges as winner. Yusuf Raza Gilani becomes Prime Minister. Aug. 18, 2008, Musharraf resigns from his post as president under pressure. Sept. 6, 2008, Bhutto's husband Asif Ali Zardari becomes president. May 2, 2011, Osama bin Laden is killed in a U.S. Navy SEALs raid in the Army garrison town of Abbottabad. June 19, 2012, Supreme Court disqualifies Gilani as Prime Minister for not complying with a court order to request a Swiss court reopen corruption cases against Zardari. June 22, 2012, Rasha Pervez Ashraf becomes Prime Minister, completes his term on March 16, 2013. May 11, 2013, Sharif's party, the Pakistan Muslim League, overwhelmingly wins in general elections. He becomes Prime Minister for third time. July 28, 2017. A ghost town in Western Australia is still attracting hordes of tourists, despite warnings not to visit the area because of a deadly reminder of its mining past. Residents who used to live in Wittenoom have been shocked to see posts appearing online in recent months showing travelers venturing through old mine shafts. In 1978, the state government began phasing down the former town of Wittenoom because of health concerns about the presence of airborne asbestos. Wittenoom was officially degazetted in 2007. But the lure of visiting the area in the Pilbara region of Western Australia, including the Wittenoom Gorge, remains appealing to many, Washington Today reported. Scroll down for video. The Western Australia Department of Land's website has issued a blunt warning for those who are considering visiting the area. Asbestos fibers from past mining operations in Wittenoom have already resulted in thousands of fatalities among miners, residents and visitors to the town. Stay safe. Do not travel to Wittenoom, the website warns. The website says the area is affected by asbestos contamination derived from historical mining activities in 3 locations. Remnants of blue asbestos, the most deadly of all types of asbestos, are still present throughout the Wittenoom asbestos-contaminated area, presenting a serious risk to human health. Even exposure to very small dosages of blue asbestos over a short period of time result in mesothelioma, which may not show up for 40 or 50 years. According to Shire of Ashburton's website. Former resident Linus Bolitha, who runs a Lost Wittenoom Facebook page, lost her father, 3 uncles and 2 grandfathers to mesothelioma. She is shocked at the recent emergence of photos, videos and posts on social media of tourists, families and mine workers visiting the former town and taking their children to Wittenoom Gorge to swim. Dales Gorge at Karijini National Park, near the hazard zone, is also being promoted as a tourist destination. Miss Bolitha had this warning for those who still wanted to venture into the mine site. These young men think this asbestos thing won't happen to them. The mine closed in 1966. They think that's it, end of story, she told Washington Today. But my friends are still passing away. I was at a funeral 2 weeks ago. The Shire of Ashburton issued a warning on its website this week after it became aware of recent reports of tour companies, individuals and families visiting Wittenoom as part of their expeditions to the Pilbara. It is possible that people may be unaware of Wittenoom's history, however aspects of it are such that the history of Wittenoom raises serious questions as to safety of visiting the town and its surrounds, even today, the council website states. However, numerous short-term visitors and tourists, who only visited the area briefly, have contracted and died from asbestos-related illnesses. Australia's top Islamic cleric has died following a long battle with cancer. The Islamic Council of Victoria confirmed on Wednesday morning that the Grand Mufti Abdul Azim Al-Afifi has passed away. The Muslim community has lost a great leader, the organization said in a statement. Senior Muslim clerics had asked their followers to pray for Al-Afifi as he had fallen into a coma, Daily Mail Australia reported last night. The Sheikh was appointed to the Sunni Muslim leadership position just 4 months ago. His death could spark a fierce political fight in the Muslim community. I request everyone to make specific dua prayers for him for his health and recovery. Islamic community official Maaz al-Hay said the preacher was in a coma after years of fighting cancer. Sheikh Al-Afifi replaced Dr. Ibrahim Abu Muhammad in the position in March after a 6-year term. The Grand Mufti is title given to a top spiritual leader of Sunni Muslims. Dr. Mohammed was in the role for 6 years and was criticized by commentators for speaking Arabic, rather than English, during his public appearances. Both men were born in Egypt. Sheikh Al-Afifi, who is based in Victoria, has been outspoken about the disease of terrorism. He announced upon his appointment, "As Mufti, I strongly stand against any kind of terrorism. We want to keep our country, and all countries, safe and secure." The process that resulted in Sheikh Afifi's appointment sparked dissension in the Islamic community. Daily Mail Australia understands some delegates. Australia's youngest ever tax boss was allegedly caught carrying counterfeit cash and bank cards and driver's licenses under a variety of aliases. Nick Petralias, 50, appeared before Burwood local court via video link from Sydney's Silverwater jail on Tuesday. He was refused bail on June 20 after being arrested in his black BMW X5 in the city's inner west by officers from Strike Force Puma, and again a day later. Puma was set up after the tragic road deaths of home and away actress Jessica Falkholt and her family to target drivers who pose a threat to the community. Petralias, appearing under the alias Michael Nicholas Felson, pleaded not guilty to knowingly possessing 7 counterfeit Australian $50 banknotes. Court documents state he also pleaded not guilty to 2 counts of possessing bank cards with the intention of committing fraud, the Daily Telegraph reported. Petralias allegedly showed police a New Zealand driver's license in the name of Nicholas James Pearce when he was pulled over. Police allege an investigation revealed Petralias was a permanent Australian resident, and allegedly had several aliases, including Michael Felson. Petralias allegedly held driver's licenses from New South Wales, Victoria and Tasmania, and 3 from Queensland. He has not been charged over the licenses. After making headlines for becoming the youngest ever Assistant Commissioner of the Australian Tax Office at age 30, Petralias ended up bankrupt in 2014. The matter was adjourned to August 14, where Petralias is expected to again apply for bail. Petralias, a drunk and out-of-control Australian football fan, dramatically interrupted a live TV interview during England's World Cup semi-final by hurling a beer at a reporter's face. New Zealand reporter Lloyd Burr was barely able to get 3 words out when a man approached him, throwing a full pint of beer over his face. In the footage, the experienced reporter recovers by wiping his drenched face with his hand and, without a missing beat, carrying on with a blow-by-blow account of England's defeat to Croatia. The man, later identified as an Australian fan by his accent, angrily approaches Burr once again and continues to shout abuse. "First time to Croydon, South London, and what an initiation," Burr wrote on his Twitter account on Thursday morning. Apart from the beer in the face by a drunken Aussie, it was an epic atmosphere to watch a great game, he said. "What a bunch of thugs," the New Zealand news anchor replied. "What a complete thug that guy is." France will now face Croatia in the World Cup final after Mario Mandzukic scored in extra time, giving Croatia a 2-1 win over England. England supporters are mourning the loss and the Three Lions' best chance to win the World Cup since their semi-final loss to West Germany in 1990. Their only triumph in the tournament came in 1966, when they won on home soil. Speaking to the Mail Online from Luzhniki Stadium, Sam Hunter Brown, 23, of Aston, Birmingham said, "This is such a tragic night. We could have gone all the way. The government will dump social media influencers from an advertising campaign after it was revealed that some of the models being paid were promoting dangerous dieting practices." The move comes after a report revealed they had spent more than $600,000 in taxpayer dollars on the #Girls Make Your Move campaign in the past 18 months. The campaign was part of a broader health department initiative designed to get young women to be more active. Some of those hired by the government to promote women's health were sponsored by alcohol companies, promoted controversial detox skinny teas, uploaded photos of themselves smoking and endorsed sun tanning. One of the influencers paid was Lily Mae Mack, who last year was forced to apologize for a string of racist and homophobic tweets she made in 2012. On Friday morning she told her Instagram followers that behavior was behind her. "I just wanted to make it clear that that person is not me anymore. I was young and ignorant, really stupid and dumb. It was super hateful," she said. "All I can ask for is your forgiveness and another chance." The move to dump the influencers from the campaign comes as doctors and dietitians warned that some of the content could trigger eating disorders. Mia Findlay, ambassador for eating disorder charity The Butterfly Foundation, said that influencers promoted a very narrow idea of what people should look like. They promote the very outdated view of health as physical appearance, Ms. Findlay said. Mr. Hunt said he had told the department to pause and review any use of influencers. There would need to be a demonstrated benefit and demonstrated suitability of any individual going forward for this to recommence, he said last night. Experts also told the publication the money was being wasted because there was no impact from the social media stars. A report by data analysis company Lumio revealed that most of the followers for the influencers are ghost followers, meaning they just follow and do not interact with posts. Shocking data revealed the health department has already spent $718,100 since 2016 to hire influencers. Some of the women hired as part of the campaign include Lena Grant, who is sponsored by Jacobs Creek Prosecco Spritz, and Chloe Ting, who posted videos encouraging fast weight. Australian model and fitness coach Steph Claire Smith is known for her stunning good looks and enviable physique. And while she now radiates good health, she has previously admitted to having a poor relationship with her body. Recently Steph shared a before and after picture showing herself as a slender 19-year-old alongside one of herself as she looks now. "This before photo is when I was 19, 10 kgs lighter than I am now," she captioned a photo of her slender frame. "It's crazy how much our bodies can change depending on our age and lifestyle," she captioned her current image. Steph shared the post as a way to speak out about her experience as a then 19-year-old model who felt pressured to look a certain way in order to get work. "I made the most of my quick metabolism at this age, ate a whole lot of junk food, and did barely any training," she said. "It was the year I went over to America to get signed. The year before I fell into restrictive eating and binge eating and hating my body because I wasn't skinny enough." She said recovering from thinking about herself in a disordered way meant finding a way to accept her body changing over time. "The change in my body was scary at first. Measurements went up, stretch marks and cellulite appeared, she wrote. Steph also revealed the steps she took to get to the point of being healthy and happy in her own skin. Quote 1. I look after myself and 2. I do that for me, not for anyone else, she said. Working out and eating well sure does make a positive physical change to anyone's body, but it's not my main goal anymore. As soon as I got that out of my head and trained and ate well for the way it made me feel and the energy it gave me, I cared less about how much I weighed or that I didn't look like my 19-year-old self anymore. And focused more on how strong I felt. Although Steph now celebrates being healthy, she admitted she also has days where she gets caught up in it all. Let's make sure those days happen less and less. Yeah, sick, she said. Don't let your mind play with your body too much, and certainly, do not let anyone else's judgments, whether it's on social media or anywhere else in life, make you question yourself or your body. Steph's post has resonated with many and generated more than 43,000 likes since she shared it online. Those following the model have also left a trail of comments, with scores tagging others they thought would benefit from Steph's empowering message. One commenter wrote, "Thank you for sharing your story. I'm sure as a model you face even more pressure to look a certain way. Our mental health is the most important though. Embrace yourself and be proud of who you are. Continue inspiring all women out there on how to look after their body by staying fit, healthy and optimistic," another added. While a third simply said Steph was an amazing person. My absolute role model. Steph's friend and fellow co-founder of Keep It Cleaner, Laura Henshaw, has also spoken about her experience of suffering from body dysmorphia at the beginning of her career. Body dysmorphia as a mental illness is characterized by obsessive preoccupation with perceived defects or flaws in one's physical appearance when those flaws are either not noticeable or are very slight to others. Affecting around 2% of the population, people with BD most commonly possess a strong focus on the skin, hair or face. Nonetheless, it can include any aspect of physical appearance. 5 years ago I was doing it. A federal government MP has suggested the world overlook Russia's involvement in the shooting down of MH17 for the sake of good relations. Almost 300 people, including 38 Australians, were killed in 2014 when a Russian-made missile shot down their Malaysian Airlines flight over Ukraine. A day after the 4th anniversary of the massacre, Liberal MP Craig Kelly said it would be better to overlook any Russian involvement in order to improve world relations. Scroll down for video if that means some of the things that Russia have gotten away with in the past have to be slightly looked over. Well, I'm sorry, that's the price that we have to pay sometimes to have good relations going forward, Mr. Kelly told Sky News on Wednesday. We can't fix things that happened in the past. We've got to make sure that the relationships between the Russia and the US going forward are the best they can possibly be. Opposition leader Bill Shorten has slammed Mr. Kelly for his comments and has asked him to apologize. I cannot believe he said this. Australians were killed. Children were killed. There are no excuses, ever. Craig Kelly should apologize to the families of the victims, Mr. Shorten tweeted. Speaking to Fairfax about whether or not he should apologize, Mr. Kelly defended his argument and said people took his comments out of context. If people have taken any offense from that, I apologize. But I don't retract the basic point I was making, he said. Mr. Kelly also responded to the father of 3 children who were killed in the incident, telling him nothing would bring them back. Anthony Maslin, whose children Mo, Effie and Otis, were on MH17, posted an open letter on Facebook on Tuesday criticizing U.S. President Donald Trump for not holding his Russian counterpart accountable for the killing. That passenger flight MH17 was shot out of the sky and 298 innocent people were murdered is an irrefutable fact, Mr. Maslin wrote. That the plane was hit by a Russian missile has been proven to be an irrefutable fact. That the man whose arse you've just been kissing did this, and continues to lie about it, is an irrefutable fact. Mr. Kelly said nothing would bring Mr. Maslin's children back and it was important Mr. Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Gabriel Iffin is a self-professed born samurai who believed he could take on the Australian Ninja Warrior obstacle course with ease. But despite the 22-year-old's cockiness, he had a horror run when he stumbled and fell into the water at the very first obstacle, lasting just 4 seconds. Early in the program, Gabriel, dressed in futuristic samurai gear complete with flaming swords and ghostly contact lenses, claimed he was a born ninja. The Victorian native said, "I resonate strongly with the way of the ninja and samurai. More importantly, I resonate strongly with being the way of the warrior." He added, "So, I've decided to become one in real life." The show's host seemed excited for the 173 centimeters tall, 73 kilograms boxer's run, saying there was a lot of buzz about him on the show. A stumble early on led to another, and in under 5 seconds he was in the water. Rebecca Maddern and Ben Fordham stood aghast, their mouths hanging open at the pure shock of the defeat. "I can't believe just what happened." He was rated by our experts as a top competitor, Ben told his trainer, Paul Lyons, standing by. Gabriel hid his face behind his hands, looking quite bashful. The Victorian, who works as a topless waiter according to his Instagram account, appeared mortified but laughed it off. Adding insult to injury, Gabriel's trainer, 48-year-old personal trainer and 2-time Taekwondo Olympian, Paul Lyons got further into the course than his student did. Parents are bribing their children as young as 5 with money. The catch? They score a goal in their juniors' soccer game. Australian father of 2 Damian Willoughby revealed how he overheard parents offering to pay their child $5 per goal at his son's match. Weighing in on the controversy on the Today Show, the panel discussed whether they would pay their children money if they performed well on the field. Scroll down for video. Sydney mother Jo Abbey said she believed the financial incentive was more of a reward to encourage children to participate in the sport. "I don't think it's bribing, not that I've ever done this. But I think it's rewarding. I think it's okay to reward children for doing well," she explained. "I must say none of my kids were good at soccer. Sorry darlings, love you, but they were really bad at it, and were Italian, it was a disgrace. But if they behaved on the field and participated, I would give them a reward. A reward, not a bribe." Her opinion came after Mr. Willoughby penned a powerful piece for News Corporation expressing his shock after he discovered what was happening behind the sidelines. "I realize what it meant when some parents shouted from the sidelines, 'Come on, "You want another $5?" he recalled. What was more troubling to me was some of the adult coaches were amused by this tidy little arrangement and actively encouraged it. Remember, we're talking about 6-year-olds chasing a ball around for an hour on Saturday morning, not the World Cup. Mr. Willoughby said he found how parents giving cash in exchange for goals would influence Australians eager to catch a glimpse of a once-in-a-lifetime blood moon set their alarms for early on Saturday morning in order to catch the 4:24 a.m. eclipse. They were rewarded by the spectacular sight of the moon turned a unique blood color by the longest eclipse this century. Jostling for position at viewing spots with clear views of the horizon, early risers on the eastern seaboard watched as the blood moon dipped beneath the western horizon. The longest lunar eclipse this century sent the moon behind the shadow of the Earth, turning it a deep crimson for people in Britain, Europe, Asia, Africa, parts of Australasia and South America to see. While viewers in New South Wales and Queensland lost sight of the moon towards the end of the eclipse, those in Western Australia saw the whole spectacle, and even watched as the moon emerged from the eclipse. Stargazers were also keen to see Mars, which appeared bigger and brighter than at any time during the past decade and a half. The blood moon phenomenon, which has caused some Christian fundamentalists to denounce the celestial event as a harbinger of doom, occurs when the moon passes behind the shadow of the Earth. This year's eclipse lasted for 103 minutes, only 4 minutes shy of the longest possible duration a lunar eclipse can ever last on Earth, and was visible to people in the UK, Europe, Asia, Africa, Australasia and South America. Parts of Europe and the Middle East are already experiencing the dazzling red moon, as Britons complain they are missing out after this evening's storms brought cloud and rain. Unfortunately for U.S. stargazers, they won't be able to see the phenomena, which Christian fundamentalist groups claim will bring on the end of the world. The chances of a lunar eclipse and Mars appearing so bright happening at the same time is astronomical, seeing stargazers make a desperate dash for clear, open spaces with minimal light pollution so they can get a good view. Enthusiasts didn't need any special equipment to see events unfold, with experts saying the naked eye was more than enough. Unlike a solar eclipse, where the moon crosses in between the Earth and the Sun, it is perfectly safe to look directly at the blood moon without sunglasses or protective eyewear. The length of the eclipse is determined by the alignment of the Sun, Earth and the Moon, as well as the distance between the Moon and our planet. The further away the Moon is, the longer it will spend in the shadow, known as the umbra, of Earth. The blood moon will be the most impressive of the 21st century, with the best one. An unborn baby miraculously survived after being ripped from her mother's womb and flung from a truck during a horror road crash. The child's heavily pregnant mom was a passenger in the vehicle when the driver lost control and capsized on a motorway. As the vehicle turned over, she was thrown from the cabin before being crushed by planks of wood that also fell from the truck and tore the taut from her belly. Tragically, the mom-to-be was killed in the accident, which happened near Cajati, between São Paulo and Curitiba in southeast Brazil on Thursday. But shocked paramedics then discovered the crying baby girl lying on a grass verge several meters away. Incredibly, the infant, whose umbilical cord had been severed during the accident, was found in perfect health and without a single scratch. She is now being treated at the nearby Pariquera Regional Hospital's neonatal intensive care ward. Police and social services are trying to identify the child's deceased mother, who was 39 weeks pregnant and was found without any documents. Elton Fernando Barbosa, the first paramedic on the scene on the Branch 116 highway, told Brazil's A Tribuna newspaper, "It was a serious accident with one reported person deceased. When I arrived there, I saw that the truck driver was injured, and he was seen by the first aid team. I went looking for the fatal victim who was underneath the wood, when I heard the cries of a baby. It was with total apprehension, because there had been no reports of a third victim." He said he found the baby several meters away from the mother, and quickly called for the ambulance to take her to hospital. He said, "The fetus was literally expelled by the impact on the mother. The impact was so great that this opened up the mother's belly and the child was ejected. She was perfect, healthy, without a scratch. We can say that, in those circumstances, it was really a miracle that she survived. I'll be honest. It was God. By what I saw, I have no idea how she came out alive. The mother was underneath several planks of wood. I don't know how this child got out of there with her life." The paramedic added, "It was emotional. Unfortunately, we had the death of the mother, which is something we always never happens. But in the midst of the tragedy, we were able to save the baby. This event has marked my life. I don't think there has ever been an accident like this in the history of the motorway. We lost a life, but we were responsible for giving life to a girl." Solange Batista, a nurse at the Pariquera Hospital, said staff had given the baby, who weighs 6 pounds 8 ounces, the name Giovanna, which means protected by God. She said, "She is really calm baby, she doesn't cry, if you play with her she even smiles." The truck driver, Jonathan Ferreira, who was also taken to hospital but was released later the same day, was charged with manslaughter. He told rescue crews that he didn't know the woman, and was only giving her a lift. Authorities are now trying to identify the woman and have appealed for relatives to come forward. If none are found, she will be buried as unidentified and the baby girl will be sent to an orphanage and put up for adopted, police said. "We pay for your stories. Do you have a story?" Puerto Rico chart topper Bad Bunny claims he was turned away from a nail spa in Spain simply because he is a man. He wasn't too pleased with the customer service he received, or lack thereof, when he visited the spa during his European tour, La Nueva Religion, which kicked off July 13. The 24-year-old Latin trap artist, who earlier this year collaborated on Cardi B's Billboard Hot 100 single I Like It, was just looking to touch up his nails ahead of a busy week performing every night to sold-out crowds. While visiting the northwest city of Oviedo, the outgoing Puerto Rican was denied him a manicure at the Ana Rotera spa over the weekend because he is a man, he claims. Bad Bunny, who has drawn some attention for his wardrobe choices, immediately took to his Twitter and Instagram accounts, blasting the establishment for turning him away. In the deleted social media post, Bad Bunny, who in 2015 started to made a name for himself in the Latin music scene after working as a supermarket bagger, called out the salon for its old-fashioned ways. I just want to tell you that I went to this stinking place to get my nails done, a manicure plus color, and they told me no because I am a man, ha 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 ha. Bad Bunny wrote. I don't know what to think, but it's very, very, very unfortunate, haha. What year are we in? In F asterisk asterisk asterisk-ing 1960? What do you call that? While many of his 12 million Instagram followers backed him up, there were quite few that didn't applaud the Puerto Rican's decision to slam the business. Nevertheless, Bad Bunny fired back through his Instagram account. Where does it say that the spa is only for women? It's not stated anywhere. Former U.S. President Barack Obama arrived in Kenya on Sunday, the country of his father's birth, his first visit to this East African country since leaving office. Obama is in Kenya to help launch the sports and training center founded by his half-sister, Obama, through her foundation Sauti Kuu. In Nairobi, Barack met President Uhuru Kenyatta at the official residence, according to Kenyatta's Twitter account. Barack is also expected to meet Raila Odinga, the opposition leader now working with Kenyatta's government. Odinga and Kenyatta on March 9 pledged to work together, ending months of turmoil following a disputed presidential election that was nullified by the Supreme Court and a rerun which the opposition boycotted. Barack's visit to Kenya is low-key, unlike his previous visits where he electrified thousands of Kenyans who lined the streets to see him when he was a senator in 2006 and then as president in 2015. Many Kenyans consider Barack native to this country, a local kid made good, and bask in the glory of his success, despite the fact that Barack never lived in Africa. He was born in Hawaii, where he spent most of his childhood raised by his mother, a white American from Kansas. Barack barely knew his late father, for whom he was named Barack Obama, an economist. Large crowds are however expected in Kisumu, Kenya's third-largest city, where Barack will fly on Monday before driving to his father's home village of Kogelo in Siaya County, a journey of about 43.5 miles. Big screens will be set up in towns in Siaya County to show the launch of the vocational center and prevent overcrowding at the venue, said Siaya County Governor Cornel Rasonga on Nation Television. We are upbeat about the coming of the President Barack Obama, said Rasango, who added he is not expecting much in terms of any announcements of aid. Rasonga said he will ask Barack to help develop a university to be called President Barack Obama University. After his 2-day stay in Kenya, Obama will go to South Africa, where he will give a speech marking the 100th anniversary of the birth of Nelson Mandela.